everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn what is Cypress, what are the core features, how this Cypress is different from their competitors, and what are the core features. So this would be a series of tutorials, and we will go step by step so that you can learn the Cypress properly. So let's begin with our first session, which is introduction onto Cypress. So what is Cypress? Cypress is a next generation node based end-to-end testing framework, and usually it is compared with the Selenium. However, the architecture of Selenium and Cypress are completely different. Selenium uses the APIs to interact with the browser, right? Whereas Cypress is sitting in your browser and execute the test into your browser. So that's the reason Cypress is more faster and easier to work with, right? And that's how you can write the more reliable test, because you're sitting into the browser instead of you're using the APIs to automate your web applications. Okay, so who can use the Cypress? Cypress is for both developers and QA automation engineers. They can both use Cypress to automate different applications. Now, what you can automate using the Cypress? So you can do end-to-end test, you can do integration test, you can do unit test with a single framework, and you can automate anything that runs into the browser. That's really great about the Cypress. So you get all these strings into the one framework, that is Cypress. Now, what are the core features of Cypress? The first one is that the time travel. So what is time travel? So whenever you execute your scripts into the Cypress, it takes the screenshots as you run your test and map those screenshots with your steps. So whenever you go to your scripts, go to your executions, if you click on any step, it will show what was the screenshot, and it has both options. So before your action performed and after your action performed. Then the debugging is quite easier. You don't need to guess about your failures because you have access to developer tools or similar tools in the Cypress. So we will look into these features step by step practically in our upcoming sessions. One of the good thing I like about Cypress is about automatic waiting. So if you have used Selenium, what happens in the Selenium is that you need to insert or you need to provide different kind of a weights like implicit weight, explicit weight in order to sync your scripts. As Selenium is working on the using the API, so you need to sync all the things. Here, what happens is that as Cypress is sitting in your browser, so it will automatically do all the waiting for you. So you don't need to provide any kind of weights into the Cypress. So this is one of the great features of the Cypress. Now we have few more features. So the first one is that spice, stub, and clocks are available. So now what you can do is that you can control the behavior of functions. You can control the behavior of your server responses and timers. And that's how you can mimic these things and write your test. Then we have a network traffic control. We know that in Selenium 4, Selenium has implemented this feature. Now in Selenium 4, you can also control or access to the network tool, and you can use those. In Cypress, this is the built-in feature. So you can create control stubs, you can interrupt the calls, you can see the network tab, you can do all the stuffs on the developer tool. Then we have screenshots and videos. This is one of the very good features. So when you are working as a QA or as a developer, what you want to do is that you need to provide an evidence of the failures, either in terms of screenshots or in terms of the videos. So you don't need to write an additional code to generate the screenshots or videos. So in Selenium, you have to write a separate code so that you can take the screenshot on the failures. But this is a built-in feature in the Cypress, so it will automatically create the screenshots and videos and you can utilize those for the bug reporting. Then cross-browser testing, you can run your Cypress on different browsers like Firefox, Chrome. So Chrome family is basically including the Edge and Electron. So now Electron is basically a headless execution. So if we talk about the Selenium, so in Selenium we have phantom.js or headless HTML unit driver in order to execute without opening the browser. So here Cypress is using the Chrome headless option, which is Electron, in order to execute your scripts in the non UI mode or without opening the browser. And this will really help in when you are working with the continuous integration and the pipelines. So you might not need to open your browser because it will take time. So in those cases, if you want to optimize your pipelines and continuous integration, so this will really help when you're working with the headless option. So this is the whole idea about the Cypress right now. We have seen some different and unique features of Cypress in this introduction, and we will move towards its website now and see how Cypress looks like. So let me go to the browser here and let me type cypress.io. So this is their official website. So if you can see that this is fast, easy, reliable testing for anything that runs into the browser, and you can see they are running all the things in their browser. So whenever you execute your scripts, so you might not be getting what is happening here. So we will learn these things in our upcoming tutorials. But right now, just to understand this thing is that we have steps on the right side. So as soon as the Cypress is executing steps, you can see those steps here. And on the right side of this panel, you can actually see the actual execution. So, and again, so you have a different options. So this is, we have Cypress test runner, we have a Cypress dashboard. So we will see how these can be used while you're automating your test. So usually we would be using test runner. So we can write a server test, we can schedule, we can record the test using the Cypress dashboard. These are the core two options available right now in the Cypress. So this is all about Cypress right now. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much. See you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn how we can install Cypress on your Windows machine. So let's begin. So how to install Cypress? Okay, in order to install Cypress, we need two things first. First, we need Node.js because Cypress is node-based application, and secondly, what we need is that we need any IDE so that we can write our Cypress scripts. So here in this scenario, we would be using Visual Studio Code. Okay, so before we install Cypress, we need both Node.js and some IDE to work, right? So go to the browser now and type download Node.js. Okay, and you need to go to the first link here, click on this one, and as per your operating system, you need to choose between Windows, Mac, and source code. So obviously, if you are using Windows, just like I'm using Windows, so I would be choosing between any of these, like Windows, then Mac. If you're using Mac, then if you're using Linux, so you need to choose accordingly as per your operating system. So as we are using Windows, so by default, it is suggesting me to download this one. So I have already downloaded the installer on my machine. So I'm just canceling this one here, and let me go to my directory here in my system, in my softwares. So this is the file you will get installer, and you just need to click on this one, click on run, and this pop-up will appear here. Click on next, click on accept terms and condition, next. Don't change the path. If you want, you can, but I would recommend that you should follow the default configurations here. Click on next, then next, and next, and then install. So now it will install Node.js on my machine. So once it will copy, what we also need to do is that just click on finish, and now once it's downloaded, now we need to set the environment path for node. So go to the environment variables, and first you need to do is that you need to create a system variable here, which is node underscore home, and you need to provide the node path here. Okay, so if I go here in my C drive, so in my users, so not users actually, so in program files, and in program files you will find node here. Let me see, program files, yeah, so here it is node, and this is the main path. So you need to copy the path where it will get installed, and you need to copy this path, and you need to provide this path in environment variables. Just go to the environment variables here. You need to create node underscore home and provide the path. And secondly, what you need to do is that go to the path here and click on edit, and you need to provide the same thing here as well. Click OK, click OK, and OK. Now before we need to confirm that either node is installed successfully on our machines or not. So for that, we will be opening our terminal here, and in terminal we need to type node dash v. So it says node is not verified term. Okay, no problem. We will write npm dash v. So it again says that it doesn't recognize. So let me close this one. Ideally it should. Let me open the command prompt and let me type node dash v here. So you can see that there might be some problem with my Fluent terminal, but here you can see that we are getting the version of the node. And if you are getting the node version here, this means that the node has been installed properly. And similarly, you can check with npm-v, and npm is basically node package manager, and you will see the version here. So if you see the versions here, this means that node is properly installed and configured on your Windows machine. Now second thing what we need is that we need a Visual Studio Code, and for that we will type download Visual Studio Code here, and you need to go to this website here, and here again you need to choose between which version you want. If you are using Debian, if you're using Mac, if you are using Windows, so you need to choose accordingly. So you need to click on, if you are using Windows, just click on this one, so it will start downloading and you will get similar file here. So I have already downloaded this file. Let me cancel this one. Let me go to my tools and softwares drive here, and this is what you will get at the end of the day. Just click on this one, click run, and now it will start installing the Visual Code on your machine. Again, I would recommend that go with the default options which are being suggested by the installer. So go next, next, and install. So in this way you will be able to install the Visual Studio Code. Now you would have Node, which is a prerequisite for installing the Cypress, and then we have Visual Studio Code. Here you can see that this is one of the Cypress which we installed previously. You can see all the data, so don't worry about these things, how we can get into these things here and how we can install the Cypress. So for that we need to minimize this visual code here, and what we need to do is that we need to create a folder here on the desktop, and you can create anywhere if you want. So I'm just creating a folder here is Cypress install. Okay, and this is a folder. You need to open this folder from here, from the Visual Studio Code. So go open folder and go to the desktop and go to this folder, select this folder, and you will be here in this area in this way. Okay, now what we need to do is that we need to go to the terminal. Click on new terminal here. So this terminal will be open inside that particular folder. So first thing is that we need to initialize the npm. Npm is node package manager. So first we need to initialize that one. So, and let me show you on the Cypress website as well. So let me go to the cypress.io and let's go to the documentation here, documentation, and getting started. And in getting started, let me click on this one. So installing Cypress here, and you can see that there are some minimum requirements like node 12 or above. So if you're using older versions, so you should upgrade your node so that you can run Cypress properly. Let me show you some installation process here. So npm install, then npm install Cypress dash dash dash. So basically it's just a node package. Cypress is a node package, and npm is a node package manager through which you can install the Cypress. So first we need to initialize, and then we will using this simple command. And again you can see that how we can run on the different Docker images and how you can install this on Ubuntu, CentOS, Linux. So these all are available here. And besides npm, what you can do is that you can also use yarn as a package manager, and you can use yarn to install the Cypress dependencies. So but we would be using npm install, and before that what we need to do is that we will be writing npm init dash y. So what it will do is that it will create a package, and y means I'm giving yes to all the things here, because it will create a package.json file, and it provided the values by default. So if I don't provide dash y in the command, so you need to provide all this information as per your requirement. Now we have initialized the package, and after that what we need to do is that we need to install the Cypress. So I'm just copying this from here. So we are saying that we are asking npm to install Cypress, and we are installing the dev dependency from here. So just go here, and we need to provide this one and press enter, and that's what you need to do. This is a simple npm command we can use, and we can install the Cypress successfully. So it will copy some files here, and it will take some time. So I'm pausing the recording here, and once it will be completed we will be resuming from here. Now you can see that all 165 packages has been added, and you can see that 27 packages are looking for funding. So this means that now the Cypress is installed. So how you can verify that? So in case of here you need to go to the Explorer. Here you will find node underscore modules. So you need to click on this one, and you will see that here you will find add Cypress. Then if you go to .bin, then again you will see that the Cypress commands here. And also if you click on package.json, here in package.json you will find this Cypress 9.6.0. and initially if you scroll here in the terminal, you see that the initial package.json doesn't have any kind of a dependency. So it has till license and some name, index.json is the main. So these things were there. However, after installing the Cypress, you will get the def dependencies here in this package.json. Now your Cypress is installed. How you can run the Cypress? So what you need to do is that you need to type npx cypress open, and once I will execute this command, so npx is node package execution. So I want to execute this Cypress package, and this what this package will do, it will open the Cypress. And when I click enter here, what you need to do is that it says that it looks like this is your first time using the Cypress, this one, and it will open a separate window, and we'll see what that window is, and then we will see what other things we will get in the Cypress. So it will take some time to open, but because it is executing the things on the backend side, it is verifying, and now it's opening. So this is the window it will open. And if you see that after opening this window, we got a one Cypress folder here as well. And let me minimize this window as of now. We will discuss what this window is and why we need to use this window. But before that, as I open the Cypress, I got these folders. So if I click on this folder, then we have multiple folders here, and we will discuss about this folder structure as we move in these tutorials. But as of now, just understand that if you want to write any test scripts, you will be writing those scripts under the integration folder. So click on this one, and you will see these are two further folders available here, and against each one we have different test cases. So what Cypress is do is that they provide you a simple test cases for you, so that you can quickly start learning the Cypress commands and how you can perform different things in the Cypress. For example, if you want to know about the assertions, how you can apply the assertions, you can open this .js file and you will see. So right now you might not be able to understand much of this file, but as we go forward in this tutorial sessions, you will learn about these things very easily. But they have provided these things. Furthermore, now these are properly created test cases, and if you want to see how we can run this and how this will look like, just click on Cypress here and through this Cypress window. And now let me open this. You need to just click on any of the test case and it will start executing. So let me click on this one, and it will ask allow, and let me show you. So it will start right now because we have selected the Firefox here, and you will see that the execution is quite fast here. They are typing very quickly, they are executing very quickly because JavaScript is executing. Cypress is sitting on this browser and they have a very good control over the DOM and all the things. So that's why the execution is quite fast, and you can see that here on the left side we have different actions, type, focus, blur, clear. So we have different things, how we can click, how we can double click, how we can right click. So all examples are there in terms of different actions, and the whole test case got completed. There were 14 test cases and all are got executed successfully. So if you want to run this on any other browser, so you can do that. So here I will click on stop here, and you will see that we can run on different browsers available on our operating system. So that's all of now in terms of installing and running the Cypress. In the next tutorials, we will start writing the test cases and how we can automate different things. We will go step by step in this series of tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will understand the different folders in the Cypress. So let's begin. After installing the Cypress successfully, we got these folders here. And if I explore this Cypress folder here, you will find 4 more folders. One is Fixtures, Integration, Plugins, and Support. You will also get more folders like screenshot videos. We will talk about those folders later on. But right now we'll talk about these folders, and we will also talk about these node underscore modules. So under the Cypress, we have Fixtures. So what is Fixtures? So tomorrow, if you want any kind of test data, which is you need that in your test case, so you will write your test data here under this Fixtures folder. And the way to write your test data is you would be using the JSON format, and you would be saving your file as .json. So if I click on this example file, you can see that tomorrow, let's suppose my test case requires both name and email, and I want this data to be a part of that particular test case. So I would be using this file, and I would be using this Fixtures. So right now, we are not talking about how we can use these Fixtures, but just to understand this folder structure. Later on in the upcoming tutorials, we will see practically how we can use these Fixtures here. Then we have a core folder which is called Integration. So under the integration test, you can see that we have multiple folders, and under the multiple folders we have basically the test cases. So add any kind of your test file, your test script will be under this integration test. So this integration folder is purely for writing your tests. And then you have a plugins folder, and in plugins folder you have index.js. So basically these plugins are used to modify or extend the behavior of the Cypress. We will see later on how we can actually modify and extend the behavior of Cypress. Then we have this support folder, and under support we have this command.js. So when we are writing our scripts, so the best approach is that we should follow the principles of reusability. For example, if you have written one piece of code, and if you think that that code will be reutilized in different test cases, we will be writing those as a functions, or as a in the command section, because we know that they would be utilized again and again, right? So any kind of scripts, any kind of a test you think that can be utilized again and again, so write once and you can utilize them again and again. For example, tomorrow you have you want logout in different test cases. So instead of writing logout script again and again, you will write it once, place it under the commands.js, and then you will call that login whenever you want, even if you want that logout script to be a part of 1,000 scripts or 1,000 test cases. So this is basically the common functions, or the functions which you can utilize again and again. It's increase the reusability, and it makes your scripts more efficient. So this is the purpose of this support folder. Then we have this node underscore module. So here you will find all the node modules which are required to run the Cypress properly. So everything is present here. Either it's kind of anything related to Cypress which helps Cypress to run properly is present here into the node underscore modules. Then we have Cypress.json. So Cypress have some default properties. For example, they have some static, they have some wait time, for example. So if you want to change the default properties of Cypress, then you can use this Cypress.json. So this is the difference between here you can define or override the default properties, whereas in plugins you can modify or change the behavior. So these are two different things. As we move forward, you will better understand what is the difference. And then we have package.json, and it contains the name, version, author, and mainly the dependency of Cypress here. So it tells about our project, about our package. So what our package contains, like what is the version of this particular test suite. So who's the author of this test suite? What this test suite contains? What this automation suite contains? Is contains this Cypress dependency. Who's the author? What are the keywords? What is this package is all about? So all these kind of information are present here. Thank you for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn Cypress test runner in detail. So let's begin. Let's first open the Visual Studio Code, and from Visual Studio Code, we would be opening our test runner. So we'll be opening Visual Studio Code from here, and you need to ensure that you are under the Cypress folder where we actually install the Cypress. Now, how we can open the Cypress? So basically, in the terminal section, you need to provide a command which is npx cypress open. So it will open a window for us, and this window is basically a Cypress test runner, and it has a multiple options here. So we will start from the left side here. First thing is that we can search from all the tests we have written already. So for example, if I want to search for my assertion tests, so here is the file which contains my assertions. So you can do this search in your test, and if you see here that it contains the integration test. So as we discussed earlier, that all our tests will be under this integration folder. So we can create a multiple folders. Here we have two folders, and under these two folders we have these Cypress tests. Now you can also go here on the right side, and you can open the test directly from here. So let's suppose if I click on this open in IDE, so it will open this test. You can see that this test is open in my Visual Studio Code. So you can do this thing as well when you are working with your Cypress test. Then we have this option here which is called new spec file. So for example, you want to create a new test, so you can create a new file from here. So you just need to click this one. You need to select a folder, and under the folder you need to provide the name of the file. For example, new test 123 dot spec.js. So that would be the complete extension, but you can write till spec, it will work. So just click on create, and you see that at the end it added .js automatically. And again, if I go here and click on open in IDE, it will open, and we have nothing here, and you can see that this file is under this getting started folder. Now let me go back here, and here you can see that we can choose between the different browsers. So these browsers are basically being invoked from our operating system. So these browser versions are available on my system, and Cypress has picked up those from my system. Then we have this support option. So if I click on this support option, it will take us to the Cypress support. Here you can go through the different documentation. You can go to the FAQ, the current bugs in the Cypress. So you can go through these things. These are for your support here. Then we have a document, and here in document you can see that they have provided write your first test, testing your app, best practices, how you can set up the CI, how you can run tests faster. So you will get all the information. Let me click on the best practices here and see what kind of the best practices they have suggested while we are actually creating or developing our test scripts. So let it open. Meanwhile, just go back here and let's discuss about the different features available here. And then we have this runs. So once you have an account, you have a login, then we will discuss about this thing, because this is a Cypress dashboard, and it contains all your execution and what is happening, how many fail, how many pass. So you will get track of all your runs here. So we will discuss about this login to the dashboard and login option later on, but right now just understand this. It will provide you the results of different runs. Then we have this settings section here, and we have a multiple things here like configuration, node version, proxy settings, file opener preference, and experiments. So let me open this configuration. So this is a configuration which we are using right now, right? So we can set the config from separate.json, right? We can set the environment configurations from separate.environment.json, and we can have a different things using these particular files here. And if you go here, so it has more properties here. For example, if you want to change the default timeout, right now it's 4000, so you can change this one. Also, if you want to change the execution timeout, you can change. So there are a lot of properties here which you can change, and once you change it, it will reflect here in the configurations. So there are a lot of configurations available here. Then we have node version section. It shows that which node version we are using and what is the path. The node version is used to build the files in the Cypress, because this is our test folder. This is one of the purpose for the node. Then the purpose to build the file is under the Cypress support, and then the plugins. So in short, this node is helping us to build up the test, their supporting files, their plugins. All these are done by the node things. Then we have some proxy settings. Right now we are not using any proxy, so it's not showing any proxy settings here. In case if you're using some proxy, you need to define the proxy in the Cypress. Then we have file opener preference, and again right now if you remember that when we were talking about opening in IDE, let me go back here, opening in IDE, right? So here I have selected this IDE, Visual Studio Code. So for example, if I want to open my scripts or code in any other IDE, so I can provide those details here. Then we have experiments section. So this experiment section is all about the upcoming features which are in beta right now. So if they are in beta, but still if you want to try them and see how they are useful and helping you out, so you can use them and you can enable them. Now how you can enable them, right? So you can see that this cross origin and session is enabled for me right now. So how I enabled that one? For that you need to go to Visual Studio Code here, and in Cypress.json I have provided this flag here and set that flag as true. So that's how you can enable the new experimental things in your Cypress. Now let me go back here, and we have some common options like file added. These are the common options, right? So we are not going to touch these things here. Let me go to the test section here, and from here you can actually run your test. So if you want to run all your tests, just go here, click on this one. If you want to run any specific, so let me search the section actions. So now you can see it says run one integration spec. So I can click on this one and it will open the Firefox and execute this particular script on the Firefox. And we have different options here on the runner. We will discuss these options here later on, but this is what this area has and what kind of things we can do here as well. So let this test complete, and meanwhile let me go back to the runner here. In a simple way, you can also run the single test by double clicking on this one, right? If I click on this one, it will start executing. So let me see if this is so. Yeah, so this is completing, and let me close this one and let me run this again. So I just click on this one and it start executing this test. Now on the left side it contains all the steps, right? So all the steps included in my script are getting executed. and each steps has multiple things, like we are typing something, we are assert means we are validating some data, we are typing something, right? So all the details of your test will be populated here. So let me click on this one. So it will actually highlight where I'm doing and what on the right side. So if I highlighted this one, you can see the email is highlighted here, right? So let me click on this type, and you can see still this particular email field is highlighted, and then this assertion, right? And you can see we can actually traverse through each and everything. And one more thing here is that we have this very good option is like before and after. So before, the field was like this, and when I click on after, so after this operation it was like this. So you can see before and after from here. And also on the top you can see there were 14 tests, they all got executed and all are passed because all are in green. There are no failures. If you want to rerun, you can rerun those. It took like 22 seconds, which were very fast here. And then if I want to run all tests again, I just click on this one. Let me stop this one right now, and this is a very good thing here. And then here, wherever we are traversing, like my first URL, then second URL, wherever we are performing action, Cypress will do exactly the same. Furthermore, what you can do is that the very good and the built-in feature in the Cypress is regarding the locator. So if I click on this one, it will open the Selectors supply ground. So let me click on this one, and now from here, instead of, let's suppose your test case got failed because your Cypress script was unable to find any element, and assume that this element was this password. So if I click on this one, so it provides me a complete selector and it says it's a unique one. So I can copy from here and I can use that one. And also this is the get option, right, to identify the particular element. So if we really want to find element, we can use this dot get and we can find the particular element. Then besides that, we have this cy.contains. So let's suppose I want to say that this particular thing contains something, right? Contains some text, right? So I am saying that, let's suppose it was disabled, right? I'm just typing here, and there might be some multiple types, that's why. Let me change it to something else to make it more. So let me say it as text, right? So it contains text. So now you can say this is one here match, and it highlighted this one. So that's how you can, even from this test runner, you can find the elements, you can locate the elements. And besides that, we have this section here which says that 1000 into 660. So now what is that? So basically this is the screen resolution where this Cypress is executing our script. So we can change these things here. So in Cypress we can call it as a viewport. So the viewport determines the width and the height of your application. By default, viewport is this, right? We are going with the default right now, unless specified by cy.viewport command. Additionally, you can override the default viewport dimensions by this. So if I provide this here in JSON, Cypress.json, so I can override this property as well. So why these different resolutions are important here? These are really important when you are actually automating or try to validate your web applications in the responsive mode. So when we are talking about responsive, we are saying that on different screen resolutions, my application will be working fine as expected. So this is the different features and things available here in the test runner. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate our first script in the Cypress, and in this tutorial, we will be automating the login feature. So let's begin. We will be using this orange HRM demo website, and this is the URL. Let's copy this one from here and go to the browser, and in browser, paste this URL, and here it will land us to the orange HRM, the main page. And you can see this is a login page and it contains the username and password. So we need to provide this username and password in order to log in into this application successfully. So let's try this manually first. Admin, then admin123. Click on the login and see what happens. So it's logged in us successfully, and that's great. Just logged it out. Now go to the Visual Studio Code, and here we would be creating one file here. So let me right click on this one, click on file, and it's our first script. So I'm naming it as first.js. So the first thing which we need to do is that we need some intelligence. Like for example, if I'm writing some code, I need some help to complete my code. So this kind of intelligence is not by default in Cypress. What we need to do is that we need to write something here, which is // then reference, then types equals to Cypress, and we need to close this bracket here, and that's it. So the first thing you have to do this. Now we are good to go with writing our script, and we know that our test suite is basically written against the describe, and our test cases will be written against the it block. So first I will write the describe block, and this is their body here, and against this body here, the first thing is that we need to tell what this suite will all about. So here we will be automating the login functionality. So this means that we are testing the login functionality. So I'm naming it as validate login functionality. Okay, and after that I need to use a function, arrow function, and then here is body, right? And once we will done with this thing, now we need to write our test cases. So there can be multiple test cases in order to test the login functionality. For example, the first test case can be that users should be able to log in successfully by providing the correct username and password. Then correct username, wrong password, correct username. You can go with the blanks, you go with the caps. So there are multiple test cases which can be written in order to test the login functionality. So I will go with it block here, and here let's say that validate login with valid credentials. So this is a very basic test case we are writing here now, and again this is a body of it. And in a similar way, what we need to do is that we need to use the arrow function, and here are the curly braces for this one. Now we are good to go with this one. The first thing now, as a tester, we need to open the website. So how we can do that? That's really simple. So we need to type cy.visit, and against this visit we need to provide a URL of the application which we really want to visit. Okay, and here now let's go back here and copy this application URL from here, and now go back again here and provide the URL. So this is the first step we need to do. Now let me save this one, and my test runner is already open. Let me go here, and you will see that we have this first.js here. Just click on this one and it will start executing our test. So it will open this website, which is Orange HRM live demo, and let's see if it's working fine or not. And it's loading here in Cypress, and yes, the page has been opened successfully with the Cypress script. Now what we need to do, we need to provide the username here, we need to provide the password here, and then we need to click on this login button. Cypress is very robust, very user friendly, and you can easily create the scripts, and very fastly you can create those scripts. So simply first thing, just click on this one so that we can identify these fields. Just click on this field. If you see this one, this means that it has uniquely identified this field. Copy from here, go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and after opening here, just paste this one. So .get is basically used to identify the element. So once this element will be identified, then what we need to do, we need to provide the username, and that's how you can do. You can use this type word, and then simply you need to provide the whatever the string you want to provide. That's really simple. In a similar way, let's go to the open here browser, and now let me select this password field. Let me copy this one from here and go to Visual Studio Code, simply paste this one, and dot, again we need to type, so this is very user friendly, and we need to provide admin 123. So we are good to go with this one. The final thing we need to do is that we need to click on the button, login button. So for that, let me go here, click on this one. It provides me a unique locator here. Let me copy this one, go back here, and now let's provide this one. Now simply we have identified the button, but we need to click on this one. Simply type click, and that's it. And the good thing about Cypress is that as soon as I save this code, it will automatically start the execution. So let me save this one, and you will see that it will start the execution. It will go to the browser, it will provide the username and password, and click on the login button, and it should take us to the logged in page. So that's how we can write a very basic script in the Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to use the Xpath in Cypress. So let's begin. Initially, Cypress only supported the CSS selector, but now they officially supporting the Xpath selector as well. So in order to use the Xpath in the Cypress, you need to go to the browser here and search for Cypress Xpath plugin. And most probably most of the people right now are using this Cypress Xpath npm. So this package is not an official package for using the Xpath, and if you click on this one, you will see that this package has been deprecated. So now what should we do? How we can use the Xpath in the Cypress? So for that, go here and search for Cypress plugin. And we need to go to this official website, click on this one, and here you will find the different plugins here. Some are community based and some are official. Now search for Xpath here, and you will see this is Cypress-Xpath, and this is the official one. Now click on this one, and this is the official GitHub account for this plugin. Go down here, and they says that this repo has been deprecated and moved to this one. So we need to click on this one, And now they have explained how should we install it with npm, how it will be installed with John, and once it will be installed, we need to add this line in our support file. Once we perform these steps, then we can use the Xpath, and this is how we can use the Xpath in the Cypress. Now let's perform these steps. Copy this one from here and go to the Visual Studio Code here, and in terminal you need to provide this path here and paste it and press enter, and it will install very immediately, just a couple of seconds, and it's done, and it's already done. Now if I go to package.json, here you will find that Cypress Xpath 2.03 dependency has been added. And what else? We need to add one line in our support, so where that particular line needs to be added. So this particular line needs to be added in this index.js. Click on this one, go here and copy this one from here. Now go back here, paste this one and save. That's done. Now we need to check either cy.xpath is now working or not. So in our previous tutorial, we learned to automate the login functionality. Now let me open that same script here and let me just type cy.xpath. So now you can see that we can have this Xpath here. In order to see either this Xpath really works or not, so we will be changing some script here. Instead of using cy.get, which we did in terms of the CSS selector, but now we will execute the same script with cy.xpath. So we need to provide the XPath for these particular fields and button. And let me open this website, which is Orange HRM demo website. And in our previous script, we learned to automate the login page of this one. So we need to provide the username, we need to provide the password, and then we need to click on this login button. And I am already using a very good extension called Selectors. So I will be getting the XPath from there. So just right click on this one, go to inspect and click on Selectors, and you will see we have a unique relative XPath. Copy from here, go back to the Visual Studio Code here, let's place this XPath here, then in the very same way dot type, and we need to provide the username. In a similar way, cy.xpath, and here in the XPath we need to provide the XPath of the password field. Let's go here, click here, and again we'll find this relative XPath which is unique. Click on this one and go back here and provide this XPath here. Now again type, and what we need to type here is basically the password, which is admin123. And the 10th thing which we need to do is basically clicking on the login button. In the same way, cy.xpath, and we need to provide the XPath for this button. And once we will do, we need to click on this button, just like we did with the CSS selector. Now go back here, and in the same way, let's find out the XPath for the button. So this is the unique relative XPath for the button here. Copy this one, go back here and provide this one, and let's save this one. I'm committing this above lines so that we can execute with the XPath and see either it works or not. Let me save the script. Now let's open the test runner, npx Cypress open. So it will open the test runner, and from the test runner we will execute this script. So it will take some time to open the test runner. We need to wait a bit for this one, But this is the idea behind using the Xpath in the Cypress. So just wait for some time on this one and see. Our test runner is now up and running, and now we just need to run this script. So let me click on this one and let's see if our script is working fine or not, and it's actually using Xpath or not. So it will open this orange HRM website here, and once it will be opened, it will go and provide the username, password, and it should log in into the application. And yes, it's done. And if you go here, and you can see that for the locators it uses the Xpath here. So that's how we can use the Xpath with the Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to use the Cypress Chrome recorder. So let's begin. In terms of automation, you must have heard about different record and playback extensions, and mostly of these extensions support the Selenium, right? You can record your scenario, you can export the scenario, you can playback the scenario. And here in this tutorial we will be talking about something similar for the Cypress, and this is known as Cypress Chrome recorder. So how we can use this Cypress Chrome recorder? For that you need to go to the browser here, and you must need to ensure that you are using the latest version of the Chrome. So go to this three dots here and go to help here and click on this about Google Chrome. So here you will find that which version of Chrome you are using. I am using the latest version, so you need to ensure that you should be using the latest version as well. Now go here and you need to use the developer tool, which can be accessed using the F12, or simply you can right click and click on inspect. And once you will do that, you need to go to these three dots here, then go to more tools, and here you need to find a recorder. So this is now a built-in recorder into your Chrome browser so that you can record and playback. So they say that record a common user journey on your website or app, replay the recording to check if the flow is working, generate a detailed performance trace, or export a Puppeteer script for the testing. But it is not saying anything about the Cypress itself. So how we can do or work with the Cypress here? So simply we need to search for Cypress Chrome recorder, because this extension will help us to export the Cypress script from here. So this is the one. Let me go back here, search for, let me open the Chrome extensions here. Chrome extensions. Here, let's go here into the store and search here Cypress Chrome recorder. Yeah, that's it. So this is the extension we need to install. So click on this one, add to Chrome, add extension, and that will be added to your Chrome. So let's click on this one and now go here and pin this one so that we can see this here into the bar. Now let's open our orange HRM website which we used earlier. So orange HRM website, orange HRM demo website, and let's record a scenario here. And now let's open the DevTools open the recorder here, and here you will need to click on this start new recording. Click on this one, name the recording. So I'm naming it as first recording, and that's good. And then click on start new recording. I will reload the page first, and then what I need to do is that I need to click on admin. Then you need to provide the password, and then click on login. And once you're login, I need to click on assign leaves. Then I'm logging it out. So once you're done with that, click on stop. And from here, you can replay this one, and also you can see that it captures my all steps. This page, this navigation, click on this username, change username, key down, key up. So whatever I performed as a user, it captures each and everything here, right? Now let's replay this and see what happens. So you will see that it will go and into the login, and it should go to the assign leaves here, and it's trying to find the assign leaf, and it will fail here because the resolution is different here, right? And there is some kind of actions which we need to update while recording and playback, right? So this is something which I need to show you here. Now the main and important thing is to export, and this is the export option here, and click on this one, and here you will see that export as a Cypress test script. Click on this one, and let me drop it on my desktop. And once it will be done, let's go to the desktop, and this is a file. And if we really want to see the file, right click on this one, let's open this into the notepad++, and yes, so here you see that describe block, it block. Don't worry about this viewport, is basically define the screen resolution where we are testing. We will learn about this in our upcoming tutorials, but you can see visit this one, then get this one, then get this one, and each and everything is done here properly. And now if I really want to know, and I know that we don't want to visit again and again, so we can remove this one from here, save this here. Now how I can use this script into my Visual Studio Code? So that's really simple. Rename this file here and put .js into the end, and copy this file and paste it into your integration folder of your Cypress. So we are using this one, so going to Cypress, going to integrations, we are in learning, we are in tutorials, and I'm pasting it here. So once you are done with this one, you will see that now we are seeing this here as well. Now click on this one, and you see the script is ready for you, and you can update, modify as per your requirement. So let's run this and see what happens. For that, now open the test runner here, and let me open the new terminal here. So it will be npx Cypress open. So let's open the test runner, and once it will be open, we will execute this script and see what happens. So it is not necessary that each and everything will be recorded. So we need to modify, we need to tweak something to make it work for ourselves, but it will help you in a lot of the ways. So let's wait for the Cypress test runner to be open, and once it will open, we will execute this and see. Cypress test runner is up and running. So let's go here and now click on this one. So you will see that it will take to this website and see what it will do. So Viewport, changing the resolution, then going to open source, visiting this one, getting this one, provided the username, password, and it will click on this assign leaf. So we are seeing some kind of errors here, but eventually it landed on the assign leaf and logged out. We will learn how to debug and fix these things later on, but the purpose of this tutorial is to make you understand how to use Cypress Chrome Recorder so that you don't need to spend a lot of time in writing the scripts. And also in some cases where you just need a simple scenarios to be executed again and again, instead of writing a full-fledged robust framework, you can just use these record and play mechanism in order to make sure that your application is working fine. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to use the contains command in the Cypress. So let's begin. If you want to locate an element using the text of that particular element, so contains is the command. So contains command will get the DOM element containing that particular text. Now let's go to the Visual Studio and see how this contains command work. So let's go to the Visual Studio here. And if you remember that in our first tutorial, we wrote a script in terms of the login. So we will be using that script for this particular tutorial as well. So let me create a new file. I'm naming it as second.js. And let me copy the complete code from here because we will move forward from here. And let me paste it here. And let's save this one. Now let's go to the test runner and see either this script is working fine or not. So here is the second.js. Click on this one and see either this script is working fine. So it will go to Orange HRM live website. It will provide the username, password, and it will log into the application. Yes, that's how it's working. Now what we need to do is that we need to click on this one, admin, or let's click on the leaf here. So click on this one and select this one. And this is a locator from here. Let's copy this one from here and go back here and provide this one. And what we need to do, we need to click on this button or link, right? Let's save this one. It will start executing again. And let's see it's going to the leaf tab or not. Yes. Now we are in the leaf tab. So let me open this URL into a browser and show you what we really want to do. So let me log in here. We need to provide the username and password. And we need to navigate to this login here. And once we are here in the leaf section, so you see that we have a multiple options like apply for the leaf, my leaf, entitlement, reports, configure, leaf list, assign leaf, right? And if I right click on this one, if I go to the inspect element, you will see that this particular line is basically a UL in the HTML. So what I can do is that based on this UL, I will say that to the Cypress, go to this particular UL and find the text, for example, apply, and then click on this one. Instead of directly finding the locator of this one, in case you are unable to do though, so you can use this strategy of contains. So let's go to the Cypress here and now let's find the locator of this particular UL. So you will say this is a top bar UL, and copy this one. Let's copy this one and go back to the Cypress, and here we need to use the contains keyword. So now this is a contains, and what it should contain. Now we need to provide a text. So I saw that there was a apply section, right? Let's confirm again. Yes, we have a apply here, and now on apply, let's click on this apply link here and save this one. So let's see, it will start the execution and it should go to the apply section. So you can see that we are on the apply section here. Now if by default this contain commands is a case sensitive, so for example what I'll do is that if I go here and change is to apply, it will fail now. So if I go here, by default it will fail. So it will not find this particular element and it will throw a error. Yes, so assertion error failed because it was trying to find this particular apply, expected to find content. Cypress trying to find this content apply within the element UL, but never did because it's a case sensitive. Now what should we do? So there is a property. If we mark that property as a false, it will start working here as well. So the property is very simple. So provide a comma here, and then we need to set the property which is match case, okay, and match case colon equals to false. So that's the property we need to provide. Now save this one and see what happens. Now this should pass and it should find the element over there because we have marked the property as false, and you see this time it worked and we are on the apply leaf page, right? Furthermore, we can also use this contains in a different ways. So let me go to this particular code here, and if I remove, let me comment this instead of removing the code, and let me copy this piece of line here. And in some cases what happens is that you don't want to provide a complete text. What you want to do is that you want to provide a first letter here, right? For example, you are saying to the Cypress that go to this UL and click on something which will start with A, but here there are two A, right? So that will also fail here in this case. Let's go with M or L and see how this works. I will be writing a simple regex here, and a simple regex is very similar, and you don't need to provide the codes because we are using the regex here. So simply one. So I am writing a simple regex here, and what I'm saying is that M and then backward slash and then W, then plus and forward slash. So this is a simple regex, and we are trying to find with this one. Now let's see either it works or not. So let me click on this one and see something. This one, let's save this one and see what happens. So it will go and search with the capital M, and it should find my leaves. Yes, we are on the my leaves list. What you can also do is that you can use the contains directly. So if I go here, if I click on this one, and if I change it to this one, and contains, and let me show contains, what it should contain, apply, and you can say it says that it's a unique. So let me copy this one and go back here, and instead of using this line here, let me comment this one, let me paste and click on this one. So let's save this one and it will start execution. Now what contains will do, it will go to the leaf page and search for the apply, and you see it worked and we are on the apply leaf page. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the find command in Cypress. So let's begin. If you want to find the descendant DOM elements of any locator, then you should use the find command. Now what this descendant DOM elements of the selector means. So here, let me explain you. Assume that you have a parent tag here in HTML, and it contains multiple child elements. Okay, let me copy this one from here so that we can quickly do it here. So child 1, child 2, then child 3. So this parent HTML tag actually contains now the 3 child, right? And this parent will be closed here. Okay, so this is a scenario, and now you want to locate or find this child 2, for example. So with the help of this parent, you can go to this child DOM element. And if we talk about the real-time example, so let me copy this whole one here and paste it here. So in HTML, you must have heard about UL. Then under the UL, we have different li, right? So let me copy this one, paste it here, and let me copy this one and paste it here. So under this li, so we need to find this particular li, which is a DOM element, which is a descendant of this UL element. So we can first get this UL, and through this one we will go to the child DOM element. And in order to go to the child, we need to use the find command. And here in Cypress, this find command works in a similar way, just like it works in jQuery dot find method. The second point here we need to know is that this find command needs to be changed, and here we need to change it with the get command. So this means that what we need to do is that first we need to find like cy dot, and we need to find the UL here, and through the UL then we need to use this find, and inside the find we need to go with the li, and also we can use the dot contains here, and we can also use .css in order to match the particular ally here, right? And if we talk about find here in with respect to the command called contains, so contains always used for the text, but here find will be used for the DOM element here only. So let me add one point more here. Find command will be for DOM element only. Now this is a scenario which we need to understand, and this is all about the find command. Now we will go to our Visual Studio Code, and we will now use this command in order to learn it practically. So let me go to the Visual Studio Code here, and I will be using the same code which we used earlier so that we can continue from there. I am going here and creating a new file called third.js, and inside the third.js I will be copying all my code and paste it here. So before we proceed, what we need to do is that let's open the Cypress runner and execute this code and see what happens. Now the Cypress test runner is up and running. Now execute this test and see either it's working fine or not. Click on this one, it will open the browser, go to Orange HRM demo website, and it will log in into the application and see either it works or not. So this is redirecting here somewhere, but no worries, it's working. And yes, and now we are on the leave list page. So the script is working fine now. Now what we need to do, we need to use the find command here, and let me go to the main website and now try to inspect the HTML here and see. So we need to go to this leave section here, and under the leave section we need to go to this leave list, right? So this is a leave list page, and here if we talk about this more menu, so if I inspect this one, so let me inspect this one, and you will see that, so this is a UL here, right? And under this UL we have this allies, right? And under the ally we have a anchor tag. So for example, if I want to access this element using the UL, so what I need to do is that first I need to get the locator of this one, and then using the find I will go to this particular ally which I want. So let's go to Visual Studio Code here, and let me open the Cypress runner here, and now inspect here and see. Yes, this is the UL and this is the get command. Copy this one from here and now go here and paste this command here, and now we will be using the find command here. And inside the find, what we need to find exactly, so we need to find, assume that we need to click on this apply button, okay? And if I go here, so this is under the UL, then we have ally, and under the ally there's anchor tag, so here it is located, right? Now we need to go here and we need to provide ally space A, and then once it will find, what it will do. So till here what we did is that we are saying the Cypress that Cypress go to this UL and find ally and having the anchor tag, okay? But the problem here is that if I go here, almost every ally has an anchor tag. So which exactly anchor tag we need to use, right? And in our case, assume that we are going with the apply. So how we can do that? Just go here, then take a benefit of contains command, and here in contains use, we know that contains search for the particular text, and after that once it will find, you should click on this one, right? Now save this one and let's execute this one and see what happens. So it will go there, go to the leaf page. Now so it clicked on the apply and now we are on the apply leaf page. So that's how you should use the find command. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will be learning about the hooks in Cypress. So let's begin. Cypress are borrowed from the Mocha framework, and these hooks are really helpful when you need to set some conditions which you want to run before a set of tests or before each test. And once you run those tests or set of tests, you need to clean up those conditions. So this is here hooks comes in, and these hooks will do exactly the same in Cypress. Now there are 4 hooks in the Cypress. The first one is before each, then we have before, then we have after each, and then in the last we have after. So before each will be used when we need to run any condition or test or maybe some configuration which we need to run before each test. Then we will be using the before each, and it will run against each test in your Cypress. Then we have a before. So if you want to set up something, for example, if you want to set up your database, because in most of the cases when we are working with the automation, we need to connect with the database, maybe for inserting the data, maybe for setting up some configurations, maybe for removing some data, right? So in those cases, such kind of a setups needs to be done in the before, and it will execute only once. Then we have a after each. It will work in a very similar way, just like a before each, and here after each will execute after every test. And in the end we have after. So it's just like if you have set up something, configuration, any kind of database connection, something like that, and you want to remove that condition, you don't need that configuration anymore, you want to close that database connection, then after is your place. So after will be executed once only in the Cypress, right? Now let's see how these hooks should be used and what should be the sequence of usage here. So here, let's go to the next slide here. So here we have a very simple explanation. So first you need to use the before, which will execute once at the first level. Then you should use before each, and this before each condition will be executed against both these tests. Okay, so the execution sequence would be before, then before each, then test 1, then after each, then again before, then this one, then this one. So the idea behind this is that this execute at test level, right? So if you want to run before each and after each, these will be linked to your test cases, and before your test cases and after your test cases, then you should use before and after. Again, just like I explained earlier, if we need to set up something, then we would be using the before, and if we need to tear down the same something setup, then we need to use the after. Now let's open the Visual Studio Code and see a real-time example here and see how these hooks work. In Visual Studio Code, now let's create one JS file here. So let me create a file, new file, and I am naming it as, let me create it again, new file. I'm naming it as hooks.js, and as we know that now we need to use the hooks. And before we start writing a code here, just let's go to the browser and see what exactly we want to achieve here. So let me go to the browser here, and this is a source demo website. And here the first thing you need to do is that you need to log in using the provided usernames and password, and then you will go to the application. So this is a standard password and username. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and let me this one from here. And now this is a password we need to copy, then we need to paste it here and press login. So after login, it's a sort of a e-commerce website where you can purchase something, and here you have a different items available or different products available. Okay, and then after purchasing something or viewing something, then we need to log out from here, right? And if we focus here in the real-time scenario, what should we be doing in exactly? So usually what happens is that we need to log in first, right? Then we need to execute our test one. Then we need to log out. Then again we need to log in. Now this is we are logging into the second time. Then execute test 2, then again log out. So this is something which is one of the very valid scenarios which needs to be executed in the automation. So how this will be achieved? So what will we do here is that, and before logging into the application, the first thing is that we need to go to this website, right? And we know that this needs to be executed once only, right? So now let me go to here, and what I'll do is that steps, and step is that, so before we know that it will execute once. So in before, what I'll do is that I will open the website. Okay, then before before each test I need to log in, and after each test I need to log out. So that's really simple. So what I'll do is that I will be using before each for login, right? And then I will write test 1, test 2, then I will be writing after each, because after each test I need to log out, so I will be writing some code here. Then at the end, I think there's no need in this particular scenario, we don't have any kind of something which we need to tear down or close something, so we will be not using any after here. But if there is some kind of setup we used for the before, then we definitely need to use this after. Okay, so let me go back to Visual Studio Code here, and we know that for intelligence we need to use this, right? Copy this one, go here, paste it here, and let me copy some lines of code here, like describe, and here obviously we need some these things here. Okay, let me copy the whole code from here, and we will modify this one. So let's go here and paste it here, and here describe, as we know, it is basically a test route, so I am naming it as a smoke test, and now I know that it will be my test cases, right? So I am whatever the test case I need to write, I will be writing here in this section. Okay, and as we discussed, as that we don't need visit in the test section, copy this one, and now here what we need to do, we need to use before each, after each in a outside the test cases. Okay, if we talk technically about before and these before each, because these are in technical terms, these are functions. So before, and it's a function here, and we need to use the function keyword, and this function keyword is basically used here, right? And inside the body of this before, here I need to place the UI because I need to execute this thing once only, and after that, as per our scenario, I need to log in, test 1, log out, then test, then again log in, test 2, and log out. So this is what we need to do. Now this is in the before, right? And as per our scenario, login should be inside the before each. Okay, and now go here, and before the test, let me go here and use this before each, and again this is a function, so we'll be using a function, and here is the body, right? So here we need to provide the details of login, right? If I go here into the website, so we need to identify this field. Okay, I need to identify this field, and then I need to provide username, password, and click. So these 3 steps I need to be a part of this before each. Okay, so let's inspect here, and it's a username, so I will be using the Selectors hub here, and so this is particular username here. Let's copy this one, and let's go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and here what we usually do is that is cy.get, and inside the get we need to provide this particular selector. Then what we need to do, we need to type here, and what we need to type, we need to provide a username. And if we go here, so this is a username, let's copy it from here, go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and we are good to go. In a similar way, cy.get, and let me copy the complete line because it's pretty much similar here, and let me paste it here. And now go back here, inspect the password field. We have this unique CSS selector, copy this one, go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and now the third thing is that is cy.get. Now we need to click on the login button. Okay, and now go back again here, let's find the selector here. So this have this unique CSS selector, copy this one, go back to the Visual Studio Code and provide this one. Now our before each is ready, and now we need to write 2 test cases, then we would be writing after each in this one. Okay, so first test, let's go back here and log in into the application. Let me copy this one and paste this one, and let's copy this one, paste this one, and log in into the application. So assume that my test case is that this link should work. For example, let me click on this one. Okay, so now again we would be using the selector here, and now this one, and we have this selector here, copy this one, Now go back to the Visual Studio Code. I'm naming it as, for example, validate link, and inside the test, what I need to do, cy dot get, and then I need to provide the selector here, then click. Assume that this is our test and this is our test one. Now we are done with our test one here. Let's write test 2 here. Okay, so copy this one and paste it here, and now go back here and assume that we need to click on this add to cart button. Okay, so click on this one. So we have this one, copy this one from here, and let me type it here, and copy this whole one from here, and let's paste it. We're already done that. Let's copy this one and provide the selector here. Cool. Now, and here validate add to cart. Now we have done with this thing, and we know that now we need to write after each. So we need to write in a very similar way, and after each, what I do, so I'll use that after each, and again this is a function. Here is a body of now after each. Go back to the website here. First we need to click on this button. Okay, and it has a unique selector. Copy this one, go back here, cy dot get, and here we need to provide the selector, and we need to click on this. After clicking on this, what we need to do, we need to click on the logout button. So let's go back here and click on this one. Now inspect this logout. So we have this logout. Click on this one, and here again cy dot get, and here we need to provide the locator, and again what we need to do is that we need to click on this one. Now let's go through the script here. We have done before here where we are visiting the website. So one thing we need to do is that we also need to change the URL. So let me copy this one, which I forgot earlier, and this is why we need to review our script. Now we have this URL, then before each it will go to the login field. It will provide the username, password, then click on login. It will execute this line, then this test, then after this. So we are good to go with this one. So let me save this one, and now here we have this hooks here. So let's click on see what happens. So it should start execution, and here it will, you see, and username and password do not match any user in the service. So we have some problem with the password here, and oops, I guess we used the wrong password here. And if I go here, yeah, we have actually used the same user as a password. Now let's save this one and see what happens. So it will log in, execute the test one, then test two. It really executed really fast. Let me rerun for you. First test, log out, second test, log out. And here, if I click on these tests, so I have these two tests, and let's see this one. So click on the first test. First, it visited this website before all, because we need to run it before everything, right? Then before each, it was doing the username, password, then login, then click. Then after this one, then we have this particular test which we clicked on this particular URL. Then after this test, we need to log out, and this is how these steps are performed. And if I open the second test, the similar thing will be observed here. So that's the power of the hooks, and that's all about the hooks, and you should use the hooks, and many of the scenarios will be covered using these hooks in the Cypress automation. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the select and autocomplete based dropdowns. So let's begin. First, let's understand what are the select based dropdowns or what are the autocomplete. So for that, let me open the browser here, and in the browser, let's go to the website called sourcedemo.com, and here first we will log in with the username and password provided here. So let me copy this one from here, paste it here and click on login. So after login, you will see that this is sort of a drop down, and if you click on this one, then you can select any option from these available options, right? And if I go here and right click on this one, inspect on this one, you will see that here you will find a select tag. So when you will find a select tag, then these dropdowns are based on select, right? And we will call it as a select dropdowns. Okay. Now we want to automate this one, and what we need to do is that we need to click on this one, and maybe we need to select any of the options from this list. Okay. And now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one class file here. Click on new file. I am naming it as select dropdown.js. Let me copy some basic code of lines from the previous script. Let me copy from here and paste it here. Now we know that we need to write the describe block, describe, then we need to provide the title here, validate drop downs, and then we need to use a callback function here, and here is the body of the function. Now inside the describe block, we need to write a test using the it block, and we would be using a similar approach here. Validate select based drop down, and again we need a function and then the body of the function, right? The first thing is that we need to visit the website, we need to log in. So I will be copying the previous script where we used to learn the hooks. So let me copy this code from here. This is the website. Let me copy, let me paste it here. Then we need to provide the username, password, and click on the login button, and then here, and that's it. So once after the login, what we need to do is that we need to click on this one, right? So let me go here and inspect this one, and let me go to the selector sub here, and let me copy the CSS selector here, and then let's go back to the Visual Studio Code here, then cy.get, and we need to provide the selector. And now what we need to do is that we have a command called select. So dot select, and whatever we need to select from that particular list, we need to provide here. So if I go back to this page, and if I inspect this again, and here you see this is a text here from high to low. So let me copy this one and let me go back to the Visual Studio Code and provide this one. So this is the value from this particular drop down. I need to select this value. Let me save this one and now open the test runner, and let's run this one and see what happens. It will go to the website, it will log in, and it should select the value. Yes, you see that it selected the price high to low, and here we are also on to price high to low. So this is the first thing we learned today, is all about the select based drop down. Now what are basically the auto complete drop downs, or in simple word, auto suggestions or auto complete? So for that, let me go back to the browser here and let me go to google.com, and here on google.com, if you type something like, for example, if I type Cypress automation, so you will get a lot of suggestions here. So this is basically an auto suggestion. And for example, if we want to click on any of these options provided, for example, Cypress automation salary, this is what we need to click. Okay, so this can be achieved in a very easy way also. And let me go to this Visual Studio Code here, and let's change the code inside here, and let me copy the URL first, then paste it here, and let me change the name to validate complete autocomplete based drop down. Once we need to go on this particular website, then we need to search a term. So in order to search a term, let me go back here and inspect this drop down field. So this is a field. Let's copy the locator from here, go back here, provide this here, and what we need to type, we need to type Cypress automation. And once we will do that, what we need to do, we need to go to a particular element from the suggestions, and also after suggestions we need to click on that suggestion. So that's really simple here. After typing this command here, and we already know the usage of contains, so we'll be using the power of contains here. So cy dot contains, and what it should contain, it should contain, for example, we want to automate like Cypress automation example. So let me paste it here. Let's copy from here, and now go back to Visual Studio Code. Contains this. If Cypress find this, then I will ask Cypress to click on this one. Now save this one and see what happens. So it will go to the google.com and it will type Cypress automation, and it got suggestions, and in suggestions you see it didn't have any suggestion regarding the term we are looking for. Like for example, we are searching for Cypress automation example, and here it shows that it didn't find it. So what else it is looking for? Cypress automation tutorial. So this is a command. Let me copy from here, and let me go back to Visual Studio Code, provide this command and save this one. Now let's see what happens. So it will go to Cypress automation, it will search for it, it click on it, and now we are on this particular search term. And there are so many other options here. This search is dynamic autocomplete search. So dynamic autocomplete search is that based on the user search, these suggestions will appear here. The second is basically a selected one, means the list is already there, which will not be changed, and you need to complete based on the list provided. For that, let me show you an example here. For example, if you go to any kind of a airlines website, for example, if I go to Skyscanner, for example, one of the very famous website, so let me click on this one, and here you will find this kind of a thing here, which is autocomplete. And if I start typing, let's suppose, so it will show me assertions. But here in this particular case, this list is fixed because the countries list is always, finalized list of the countries across the world. So it will search between these list of countries. So again, we need to use a similar approach which we used here. We need to find or provide the input there, then, and using the contains, we need to click on that auto suggested element. So that's all about the Dropdowns today. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the checkboxes and radio buttons. So let's begin. Handling of checkboxes and radio buttons are really easy in Cypress. So for that, let's go to the browser here and search for Cypress check. And this is a check command. Click on this one. And this is the check command which is used to check boxes and for the radio buttons. And the element must be an input type with the checkbox or radio. So we need to inspect the HTML and we need to ensure that the input tag should be there for the checkboxes and the radio buttons. So this is a syntax: check value, check values, and with the options we can do that. And the correct usage is that we need to find the element using this type, checkbox or the radio, and we also need to use this check command. And for example, if we want to select the first radio element, then we need to use this one. So this is the correct usage of this check command. Now let's open the website which we will use for this particular tutorial, and this is a form here actually, and let me copy this one from here and let's open this form here. And once it will be open, so this is a very simple form here, and you will see there are multiple checkboxes. So checkboxes are those where you can select all the checkboxes, or if you want to unselect, you can select, or even if you want to select multiple or single checkbox, you can do that. However, with respect to the radio buttons, you can select only one, right? So you can only one radio button from here. Now what we need to do is that first we need to inspect and see either these have an input type or not. So right click on this one, go to the inspect, and if I go here, you see this is a input type checkbox. And similarly, I want to inspect this one and see. So this is you can see this is input type radio. So we can automate this using this check command. Now let's open the Visual Studio Code here and let's create a one class here, new, and let me name it as checkboxes and radio button .js. So let me copy this reference line from here and paste it here. The first thing we need to do is that we need to use this describe, and inside the describe, let me name it as validate check boxes and radio button, right? And we need to use the callback function here, and this is the body of callback function, and inside this we need to give the test using the it block. And let me create one it block here again, validate check boxes, and let me use the function and then the body of the function. The first thing is that we need to visit the website, right? So let me copy this line from here and paste it here, right? And let's change the URL. So this is the URL. Let me copy this one from here and let's go to this one with the studio code here, change this one. And now what we need to do is that we need to write the code so that we can check the all checkboxes. So in order to check the all, let me write a comment here, check all boxes. So this is what we need to do. So this is really simple, cy.get, and now what we are trying to do is that we will be using the input type, and inside the input type what we are saying that inside the input there should be the type which is equals to checkboxes. So checkboxes or checkbox. So let me confirm this one from here. So if I inspect here, so what is a type here? So it's basically a checkbox, and let me go here and inspect this one properly. So input type equals to checkbox, and now go back here and this is done. So what this will do, that it will get all the input tag having the type checkbox. Okay, so once you will have this one, simply what we need to do is that we need to check all these elements. So let me save this one and let's see what happens. So let me save this one and run this again. Let's run this again. It says note as found, no worries. Let me change it a bit here and save it here. And now I need to go here, and what we need to do is that we need to open this particular test. So it will go to this website, it will check all the checkboxes on this particular page. So it will go to this website and it will check all the checkboxes available on this particular page. Now what we need to do is that we need to uncheck all these. So very simple, very easy. Simply I need to copy this command here, and before I write here, let me comment here and uncheck all boxes, and instead of check what we need to use is that dot uncheck. So it will uncheck all the check fields. So let's see, it will go here, and here you see nothing is checked because previously it's checked, then it unchecked all the fields. Now if we want to check any particular field, for example I want to check only this free estimate from here, so this is pretty easy from here as well, and let me put a comment here, check only specific check box. So this is again very easy. Let me copy this command and paste it here, and here we need to specify the value of checkbox. So I need to see the value of this particular checkbox because as per the instructions from the Cypress we need to provide the value. So here if we go and inspect, so value is this free estimate, and let me show you the official documentation where they say we can provide a value or value. And now go back here and provide the value here and save this one. So what it will do is that it will so we got some errors, so let me rerun this one. So it says visit failed to try to load this one, responsive is web server 500. So we are getting some 500 response error on this particular form, and let me see either this form is accessible or not. So form is accessible, and let me go here and provide terminator and see what happens. Yes, it's working fine now. So now you see that it only checked the free estimate here. Now if we want to select the multiple values, not all the values, so we can also do that. That's again really simple here. And let me comment this line and let me add check multiple check. Okay. And let me copy this line from here and paste it here. And here, just like we have provided the value of 1, so we can provide the value of the multiple checkboxes here using the array. So simply this one and the value of second, then we'll close this one. So let's go here and assume that I need to select this checkbox as well. So let me inspect this one, and here we need to find the value. So this is the value. Copy this one. Let's go to Visual Studio Code, provide this one, and now save this one. So it will open, and it will at the end it will select the two values. So that's how you can work with the checkboxes. Now what we need to do is that we need to work with the radio buttons. The approach is similar, and what we need to do is that let me go back here, and now because in the concept of the radio buttons you can only select one at a time, so we don't need a uncheck option here. So for that, let me copy this whole from here and paste it here, and instead of checkboxes, let me name it as radio button. I don't need to visit the website again, and let me remove this from here. So simply what we need to do is that we need to provide the input type here. It should be the radio, right? So cy, but before that it says some error we have. So I have mistakenly removed some options here, I guess. So but let it right, so we'll see that again. So cy.get, and here let me copy this from here. So let me copy this from here and paste it here, and we need to provide the colon value here, and again the colon at the end, and instead of this is a radio, and that's it. But here we cannot select all the values. So what we can do, the first thing is that we can use the command called first, okay, and when it will find the first, then we will ask the Cypress to check this value. So let's run this and see. Most probably we'll get error because we are getting some kind of a syntax here. So let me see what is the error. So it says expected something, so this bracket, and let me see where we are doing a mistake. So basically what happens is that we haven't closed this first test here, and let's provide this one here and save this. Now it should work. Yes, it's working fine now, and you see that it also clicked on this residential value, which is a radio button. Now there is another way. If we don't want to use this first command because we don't have any kind of a second command here in order to check the second radio button. So how we can do that? That's really simple. Just like we did it here, we will be using this approach to check any particular radio button here. So here, let me change it to radio, and let's change it here. And what we need to check here, we need to check the second value, which is commercial. And let me see the value of this one. So the value is this one. Let's copy this one from here, go back here and provide the value here. Now let's run this one and see what happens. So yes, so it's check the commercial. First it checked. Let's see the execution. So this is the radio buttons where it actually get all the radio buttons. You will see here, it was highlighted here. Then the first one, it's like the first one, then checked, and then get the input again and checked on the commercial. So that's all about the radio buttons and checkboxes today. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the assertions in Cypress. So let's begin. There are multiple type of assertions present in Cypress, and in this particular tutorial, we would be only talking about one specific type of assertion. So before we dive into the assertions, let's discuss what are assertions itself. So basically, assertions are nothing just a checkpoints. So you need a checkpoints while you're writing automation skills, because we need to ensure that our application is working as per requirements. So whatever the requirements are, our application is working according to those requirements. In Cypress, there are two types of mainly assertions. One are known as BDD style assertions, and the second one is TD style assertions. So BDD is basically behavior driven, and they are very just like a native English language type assertions. And in BDD, there are two type of assertions available in Cypress. One is expect and the other is should. And if we talk about the TD assertions, then we have one which is known as assert. So in this particular tutorial, we will only talk about this should here, and in our upcoming tutorials we will cover expect and assert type of assertions. So for this particular tutorial, I will be using the Orange HRM demo site, and let me open this one, and also let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and let's create one file here. I'm naming it as should assertion.js. Let me copy a reference line from previous example. Let me copy this one and paste it here. So the first thing we need to do is that we need to use a describe block, and let me name it as BD style assertion, and we need to use a callback function here, and callback function body starts from here. So now inside this describe block, we will be using the it block, and I am naming it as validate Orange HRM login page. And again, we need to use a callback function here, and this is a body of this callback function. So the first thing is that we need to open the website using cy.visit, and once we will do that, then we will start working with the should assertions. So let's go here and copy this URL and go back to the Visual Studio Code and open this one. and save this one. Now let me open the Cypress test runner npx Cypress open. It will take some time to open. Meanwhile it get open, let me explain you more about the Assertions. So for example, the very first thing on this particular page is that if you noticed, I typed only open source demo.orangehrmlive.com, but the URL redirected to this auth/login page. Now the first thing we need to assure that whenever user hits this website, they will land on this login page, and this URL should contain this auth/login. So this is the first thing we need to verify. So let me go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and that's really simple because you will find this a very English native type of assertions. So simply cy.url. So what this will do is that it will get the active or the current URL. Then we need to use should, and simply we need, so we are asking Cypress that our URL, active URL should include, what should it include? Now we need to provide that thing. So if I go here and let me copy this part /auth/login and go back here and provide this. Now what it will do is that it will go and check either our active URL after redirection should contain auth/login, right? So let me save this one, go to the test runner here, and we have this should assertion.js. Open this one, and it will now assert this path. So it will ensure that our URL of the application is correct or not as per the requirement. So you see there's a redirection happening, and it redirected to this particular URL, and our assertion is passed because this particular URLs include /auth/login. So if I change here to login one just to show you how assertion fails in the Cypress, let me show you this one. So here you will see that our assertion will be failed, and it says that it was trying for this particular assertion and it doesn't include login-1, and that's why our assertion fails. Now let me change it back to login. Now what else we can do? Let me go to this page, right click on this one, click on inspect, and go to this head section, and here you will find the title of the page. So now we need to assert that our page title should be Orange HRM. So how we can do this? Again, very simple, cy.title, and once we have a title, what we need is that again should, and here because the title is very small string, so we can use the equal method here. So eq, then what it should be equal to, so this one. So let me save this one and let's run this one again, and you will see that expected Orange HRM to equal this one. So our test case is passed now. So this is the very basic, we started with the very basic things. Now the other thing on the login page is that if I talk about login page itself, you will see that we have this heading called login. Now we need to ensure that our page should contain this login here in the h5. So we need to insert this thing. So simply what we need to do is that let me rerun this test, and we will get this thing first, and then we will assert this one using the should. So let me use this one, copy from here, go back here and provide this one. Now again dot should, and here we are comparing with the text. So should have dot, and you see we are getting the different sessions here. So should have text, and what text we are looking for? So text should be login. And let's save this one and see. So it should find this one, and yes, this particular heading have this login text. And we are talking about a text. In some cases we can also assert using a partial text. So partial text means that if I go here and inspect this one, so this contains password admin colon 123, and I need to assert that, I need to verify that this should contains admin 123. So we can also do this very easy way. Simply we will go here and provide this. Now again should, then because now this is a string, long string, so we will be using include what, include text. And what kind of text we are looking? So text is basically admin 123. That's it. Very simple, very easy to understand. So let's go here and see what happens. So it will go to this page, and yes, we got this assertion passed, and it says that it contains admin 123. Now just like we can do a negate one as well using dot not. So dot not is negating one, and if we talk about this particular line, let's suppose, and just giving an example here, so what I'll do is that simply use this one, and here what I will say is that should not contain. So it should not contain, for example, let me give it as login page text. So it should only contains the login. So, or instead of what we say that it should not be logout here. So let's save this one and see what happens, and it should check for this particular one and it should pass. So obviously this particular heading doesn't contain logout. So if you have a test case where you want something which should not be present in terms of the text, then you can use this assertion. Now what else we can do before start typing the username and password? So what I will be doing as automation tester is that I will check either this field is visible. If this field is visible, then start typing the username. Okay, so let me copy this one from here and let me go back here, provide this one, and again dot should and simply should be dot visible, and that's it. Simply save this one and run this one, and here you will also see this, it says expected to be visible and this field is visible, right? In a similar way you can also use visible not to be visible, right? Just like let me change it here, b dot, so you will find a lot of things here. Okay, should be, then dot visible, not be visible, have value, contain value, include value. So you will find a lot of assertions here. So let me use this one and see, this time it should fail. So let me go here, and yes, this failed, and you will see this, we got assertion error. So this assertion error is basically related to this particular assertion because we have found this visible, right? That's why it's trying to be not to be visible, but it's visible. And let me go back here and change this to be visible. So to be visible, that's okay. And now in a similar way, the particular field should exist. So again, let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here, and here it should exist. That's it. Now it will check the existing of this element in the DOM. So yes, this element exists in the DOM. Then what we can do is that we can also check for either the field is enabled or disabled. Okay, so again let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Then should be enabled or should be disabled, right? Very easy. Should be dot enabled, and save this one, and let's see, yes, it's enabled. And you can also use this assertion in a very different way, and you can also apply multiple assertions on a single element. For example, if we want to apply multiple assertion on this particular field, then I will use and inside the and I need to provide the another assertion. So here I am using another assertion which actually be doing the same thing here. So let me write it here. So not dot be dot disable. So again, so what I am saying is that the field should not be disabled. In other words, it means that it should be enabled, right? So let me save this one and see. So it should pass. All the assertions should pass here. Yes, and here you will see that it should be enabled and not to be disabled. And again, in a very similar way, we can put more assertions. For example, if we want to check the CSS of particular element. For example, if we talk about, let's put this button here. So this button has this particular color, right? And it has a property background color. So first thing, we need to verify that this particular element should have a background color property. So that's really easy again. And let me go here, and simply the first thing we need to do is that we need to locate the element. We have located the element, copy this one from here, go here and paste it here. Now simply, so we are talking about the CSS here. So should, in simple way, should have what have CSS, and what CSS property we are looking for is basically a background color. So let me go here. So it's a background color. Let me copy from here and let's paste it here. Now save this one and see what happens. So it should work and it should assert that this property exists or not. And yes, this CSS property exists in this particular element. Now we want to assert that this particular button has this orange color. So usually what happens is that we need to provide this in the form of RGB, right? So I don't know right now what is the RGB of this one. So what I'll do is do that. Let me go here and here, comma, and here what we need to provide is that the RGB. So RGB and RGB have 3 parameters. So let me type it as, I don't know exact color right now. I'm just randomly typing this one, and definitely it will not match the exact color, but let me show you how this works. And once we will find the exact color, we will use that one. But right now, most probably it will fail. And you see that it's comparing this value, and we got the assertion here. And because we are trying for this property background color value this, but the value was this. Now let me copy this one and let me go back, and here let me change this one. Now save this one and let's see what happens. So now this time this should pass, because at first time we didn't know the exact RGB, but now we know the exact RGB and that's why it got passed. Now let's talk about one more example here in terms of Assert, and for that let me open my previous script which I covered in the previous tutorial. So here what we were doing is that we were going to this particular form and we were working or automating with the checkboxes and the radio buttons. So let me open this URL here, and inside this URL you will find that we have a multiple checkboxes and multiple radio options or radio buttons. Now I need to put a session. My target or my test case is that this particular form should have 4 checkboxes. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is my test case which I need to automate here. So this is a bit tricky, but I will make it very easy for you to understand. So what I will do is that I will find all the checkboxes from here and then I will count those ones. And this is really simple. So let me right click on this one, and if you see that the input type is checkbox. So if I go here and select or inspect any of the checkboxes, you will see that the input type is checkbox. So now it's very easy for me here. So what I'll do is that cy.get, and what I'm getting is that input type is equals to what it should be equals to. It should be equals to checkbox, right? So it will get all the checkboxes for me, right? And then once I have all the checkboxes, then what I will do is that I will use should, and then we should have dot length. So length will actually calculate the count of this particular checkboxes. And how much we are expecting the length here? We are expecting a 4 here. I have saved this script. Now run this one from the test runner. So this was the previous script, and let it run and see what happens. So it's executing the test body. First test will read checkboxes and done. So we have put assertion inside this validate checkboxes, and you see that this assertion has passed because it has a length of 4. If I change it to 3, it will fail now because we have total 4 checkboxes here, and this time it should fail. So there are so many assertions with respect to should, and you should go and explore while typing, just like I was typing have, be. So you will find a lot of assertions here. And furthermore, if you want to know about these assertions, so these are BD chai assertions, so chai.js, and here you will find these assertions available. So should be a string. If you want something to assert that this particular value is a string, you can do this. Length, property. So there are a lot of things available. You can go and explore this one here. So that's all about this should assertion. In our next tutorial, we will be talking about the other B type assertion, which is expect. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about the expect assertion in Cypress. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned about the different Cypress assertions and we covered this should in the previous tutorial, right? And we also learned that there are two types of assertions. One are BD style and other are TD style. So in BD we have should and expect, and in TD style we have assert. In this particular tutorial we will be covering this expect, but before that we will be covering one more concept here which is really important. So these assertions are further categorized into two, and this categorization is basically known as implicit and explicit. So basically these assertions are further categorized as implicit assertions and explicit assertions. So if we talk about which ones are implicit and which ones are explicit, basically the should and dot end are basically implicit type of assertions. So these are basically implicit, whereas this expect is basically explicit, and this assert is also explicit here. So implicit are basically those assertions which are built in. These are basically built in Cypress. You just find the element and put the assertions. So that's what we actually learned in our previous tutorial. However, in contrast, explicit assertions are those which we have to define on different responses, right? Or different kind of a data. So different kind of a data here can be basically objects like JSON objects. Then we can have arrays, right? We have some kind of strings coming from the server, from the application. So on this kind of a data, we explicitly need to put assertion. These are not built-in assertions. And similarly, here in the case of assert, here we also need to define or assert those objects and arrays or any kind of a data, and we explicitly need to assert those. These are not built in, because in short, you know that we just went to the element, we locate the element, we put the assertion, and that's done. But here the case is different. So now let's open the Visual Studio Code, and now let's learn about this expect here. So let me go here and let me create one file here, and let me say it as expect assertions.js, right? And simply let me copy this from here and paste it here. Now we know that we need to use a describe block, and let me name it as learn BD explicit assertions. And you know that we need to use a callback function here and the body of that function. Now we will be using a it block here, simply it. And then again, let me validate complex data using expect, and again we need to use a callback function here and simply this one here. Now simply let me do one thing here, cy.visit, and let me go to any website. Let me go to www.google.com for example. Okay, and let's save this one, and now let's go here and run this script here before we actually proceed. So expect assertions.js, and it is taking us to google.com. Yes, it's working fine. We are on the google.com page, and this is a search engine. Right now we don't have any kind of data, specific kind of a data. So for this tutorial, what I'll do is that I will create that data and assert. So for this tutorial, let's start from the very basic thing, and let me put comments here. So first we will learn this simple string verification, and under this what we will do is that let me create one variable and let me name it as page name, and L should be small here, and page name equals to what I will say is that Google home page. Okay, so we assume that this is a text and this is dynamic text coming from the application, but here for this tutorial we have defined it intentionally to learn the expect. So now what kind of assertions we can perform on this one? So there are a lot of expect, and this is a very basic. We will move towards the arrays and objects in this tutorial as well. So simply what we are expecting, expect and this page name, then dot to dot not dot equal, and what we are saying is that this page name which contains the value Google home page should not be equal to, let's suppose we are saying it as Google. Simple as that. Now let me save this one and let's go back here, and yes, the assertion here is passed, and you see this expected Google home page to not to equal this Google, and this is correct. That's why the task has passed. Now let me go back here and let me change it to Google home page here. Now these are actually equal, but we are asking Cypress that this should not be equal, right? So this time it should actually, let me say this again and run this one, and this time you see expected Google homepage not to equal this one, but this is our equal. That's why assertion failed. Now let me go back here and put the Google here. So now this time this will pass. Now what else we can do? Just like if we are checking that our dynamic text or the text coming from the application is not equal to the particular text, similarly we can say that this page name dot to be dot equal. So this is here. Now let me paste it here. Now this assertion will pass here in this case, and you will see expected Google home page to equal to Google home page. Okay, now what else we can do? We can also check that either this home Google home page is string or not. That's again really simple. Expect then page name dot to be dot to be a, and what is to be a? It should be a string. That's it. Save this one and let's just run this one, and you see expected Google homepage to be a string, and yes, it's a string. That's why it's passed. Now we can also put more assertions on this one. For example, if I want to assert the characters in this particular string, so if I count the characters, so these are 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13, so they're somewhere around 13 and 14, right? So simply we can assert the length of this string, and again this page name dot to dot have dot length dot of dot at dot most, right? And here let me give it 13 and see what happens here. If the length is 13, it will pass, else it will fail. So in actual it got 15 and we provided 13. This way assertion failed. So expected image to have a length of at most. This at most means this is a maximum we are expecting, right? There's no hard and fast equality here. At most, right? So if I change this to at most 15, so let's see, and this time it's passed. So these are very basic assertions, and we can also assert the string using the should as well. Now let's take something different, which is something complex, and now let's learn that thing as well. So let me write as now validating. So if we're talking about the APIs, so usually you will be getting the objects. So validating the objects is really important here to learn. So let me create an object here. So let person is equals to, and here I'm creating an object, and let me say it has first name, and the name is basically testing here. The last name is basically last name equals to basically colon and is under, right? So this is a very basic object we have created here, and this object is basically defining one thing here. So it has the first name and it has the last name. So this is a very basic object, and now let's understand how we can assert this one. So again, let's suppose that you want to assert the whole object. So this is the complete object, right? And we want to compare, or we want to assert the whole object. So we can also do that using the expect. So expect and expect name of object here, because it contains this whole first name and last name with the values. Then dot to dot deep dot equal, and here we need to provide the complete object. So this is a complete object here. Let me copy this one, and it's deeply equal. So deeply means it will compare the whole object here. So let me save this one and see what happens. And yes, expected this first name and last name to deeply equal to this object first name and last name, and the assertion is passed. If there is any change, it will fail eventually. So now let's take more examples. And if you see this, we talk about this assertions. So there's one very common thing here. Like if we want to ensure that this particular object contains this property, you see this is a property, and the first name is a property, last name is a property, and we are expecting that the object we are getting should have this property. So we can also assert this thing as well. So I expect, and again the person actually is the name of object dot to dot have dot property. So we are setting the property here, and which property we are expecting here? We are expecting this last name, for example. And yes, now save this one and see what happens. So you see this object has this property last name. Now if we want to assert that the value of this particular property, we can simply go here and the value of the property. Let me copy this one and paste it here and save this one. So you see that to have a property and last name of funder. So that's how you can do the very basic assertions on the object. Now let me go back And now what we will do is that we will be asserting. Now let me put a comments here, creating arrays. So now let me create one array here. For example, employee IDs. Okay, and this is a very basic array: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now if you are getting some kind of a array in the response or from the application, you want to assert that, expect. So that's again really simple. So first thing we can assert is that if we are getting some IDs in a sequence like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is sequence, so we can assert this sequence as using the expect. So expect and employee IDs, provide the IDs here, and then dot to dot have dot ordered dot members. So we are checking the orders, that the order is same. So what order we are expecting, we need to provide the order. For example, we are checking that it should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now save this one and see, yes, expected to have the same ordered as this, so we got passed here. Else we can do, for example, you have this array, right, and you want to check that this array should contains 2, right? So this is our test. Again, simply, this is very easy, and let me provide name of array here, dot to dot include. So include will check that either it will contain this or not. Save this one, go back here, and you see expected 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 array to include this 2. That's why it's passed. If I go here and change it to 6, now this time it will fail, and you will see it will fail. Expected this to have include 6, but this is not present. That's why the assertion got failed here. And let me go back here and let's change it to 2 here. And now, for example, if you want to check that this array contains multiple values, right now we checked only 1. Like we checked that 2 should be in this particular array. But if we say 2 or 3 should be part of this array, how we can do this? Again, this is really simple here. Expect and employee IDs dot to dot include dot members, because this time we are saying that we are not checking the orders. We are not checking the order. We are saying that this array should include these members. Which members? So here, because these are multiple members, again we need to provide in such a way. So let's see, 3 and 2. If I save this one, it will pass, because this particular array has this 3 and 2, and to be a superset of this one, right? And if I go here and change it to 6, now let's see what happens. So it's fail, because this particular array does not contains this 6. That's why it got fails. So that's all about this expect. In our upcoming tutorial, we will cover the assert in detail. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about DDD assert assertions in Cypress. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we covered the BD style assertion, and BD includes should and expect. So in this particular tutorial, we will cover the TD style, which is test driven development style of assertions, and here we will be covering the assert. So we have already covered a lot about the assertion itself, so we will directly dive into the code here. Let me create a file here and let me name it as td.js. So what I'll do is that I will copy this line from here and paste it here. Now what I'll do is that I will create a describe here, describe, and let me name it as validate complex data using assert. Okay, and we know that we need to use a callback function here, and this would be the body of callback function. So usually what we do is that we visit the website first, and let me provide the details here, and let me type it simple google.com, and now we will be doing assert type of assertions. So let's start with very basic here, and let's start asserting the strings. Okay, so for that what I'll do is that let me create one variable called first. Let me create first name, and first name is equals to testing funda. Okay, now we suppose that we are getting this data from the application, and now we need to assert this string using the TD style. So in TD style we are using assert. So the simple is that let's start with the very basic, right? So first assert the string with the string, and simple assert dot equal, and we need to provide the variable name here, okay, and comma, and then we need to provide the string against which we need to compare it, and that's it. So let me open the Cypress test runner, and let's run this one and see what happens. So basically what we are doing is that we are comparing text with the text here. So here let me go to this td.js and let me run this one and see what happens. So cannot call the cy.visit, and we are getting some kind of an error here. So let me go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and it should visit, right? So let me save it again and run it again. No commands were issued in the test, right? So it says we need to create a it block here, basically that's why. And simply what I'll do is that I will create it block, and inside the it block what I'll do is that I will use these commands here. So assert, and then again callback function, and the body of this test here. So let me copy this whole data from here and paste it here. Now save this one and see what happens. So you see that it is traversing to this google.com, and it is also asserting that this testing funda is equal to this testing funda. Now let me go back here and change the value here and see. This time it will fail because we are expecting this equal to this, right? Now let me go back here and save it here. So this is the first kind of assertion you can apply on any string. The second thing is that we can also assert using the text which is part of this complete string. So that can be done using the include here. So assert dot include, and again we need to provide this variable name here, and here if I provide only testing, it should pass. So let me save this one and see. Yes, it passed because testing is a part of this whole string, which is testing funda. Okay, now what else we can do? We can also assert that this data is basically a string. So how we can assert that? This is really simple. Assert dot type of, and inside the type of, again we need to provide the variable and comma, and we need to tell this that this is a string. Okay, and save this one, and you will see expected testing funda to be a string. So that's how you can apply different kind of assertions. You can also do the negate or the negative assertion over here. Simply assert dot not type of, and you see there are so many with the not as well, right? So not type of first name, and let me say it integer, save it and see. So again, because this assertion passed because this testing funda is a string and not to be a integer here. That's simple. Now these are the basic assertions. Now let's try to assert the objects. Asserting objects, that's, so let me create a very simple object here. Let person is equals to, right, and let me create a person. So first name colon, the first name is testing, and then we have last name, and the last name is funda, right? And here this object is closed. Now we need to assert the object. So asserting object is very easy. So what we can assert in the object? So the first thing we can assert is that this object contains this last name property. Okay, so this is the first test we need to do. So assert dot property, and here we need to pass the name of the object, and then which property we are looking for in the object, and this is the property we are looking for in the object. So let me save this one and see what happens. So yes, this object contains this property which is last name. Then what we can do is that we can assert that this let person is actually object. So we can also do that. Simply assert dot is object, and simply we need to provide the name of this object here, and that's it. Simply run this one and see what happens. So yes, this is supposed to be an object, and yes, it is an object here. Now what else we can do? We can assert that this object contains the property which is last name, and last name has a value of funda, right? So this is what we need to assert. So assert dot deep property value, deep property val, which is value, and again here we need to provide the name of the object against which we are comparing, and then we have last name and colon, and we need to provide the name of the property. So actually we need to provide this one into quotes as well. So let me provide those into the quotes, simple quotes. This is the last name, then comma, then this is the right way. So let me save this one and see. Yes, it has deeply equal to the property last name of Funda. Now what else we can do on this object? We can actually compare the whole object as well. So simply assert dot deep equal, and inside the deep equal we need to provide this person and comma, and now what we need to provide is that we need to provide a complete object here which starts from this bracket to this bracket, right? So let me copy this one and let me paste it here. Let me copy it again and paste it here. Why it's not pasting here? So let me copy it again. It's not copying somehow. So let me copy this one and now paste it here, and yes, save this one and see. Yes, our test case is passed because both objects are equal in nature and properties with the values. So this is the basic assertions we have done on the object. Now let's do some assertion on arrays. Asserting arrays, and let me create let employee IDs is equals to, let me give very simple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So simple, very basic array. And now let's assert. Okay, so first thing we can assert is that either this is array or not. So simply assert dot is array, and inside this one we need to provide the name of the array, and that's it. Save this one and let's see. Yes, expected this to be an array, and yes, it's array. That's why test case got passed. Now what we can do is that we can assert that this array includes 2 and 3 value. So how we can do this? Simply assert dot include deep members, and those members belongs to this array, right? Now we need to provide the values. So basically we are setting this array has these values simply. So save this one and let's see. Yes, expected this to have a superset of this, and yes, that's why test case is passed. Now go back here, and here let me put one more assertion, and here what we can do is that we can check the order of these IDs as well. So there are so many assertions. We are doing some common assertions here which will be helpful while you're automating the application. So deep ordered members, right? And simply we need to provide the name of the array here. And now what I need to do is that we need to provide the array. So let me copy whole data from here and paste it here, and it contains 5 as well. Save this one and see what happens. Yes, so the order is same here, that's why test case got passed. Now let me change the order here and see what happens here. Save this one and see what happens. So now this test case got failed because order is different in both the cases, right? Now what else we can do? Simply just like we use this assert dot is array to check either this employee IDs is basically array or not. We can also do this assertion in the other way as well. Simply assert dot type of and type of this should be array. That's it. Now save this one and see what happens. So actually this got failed, that's why I didn't proceed to the last one. Let me correct this one here and save this one, and now see, yes, it got passed. Everything is passed now. 1 2 3 4 5 to be an array. So that's all about the assert, and you can explore. There are so many assertions available. Like if I go here and type assert dot, then you can see there are a lot of things available. Deep equal, include, contain all the keys, nested include. So there are a lot of things you can explore from here and assert your data whatever you want to assert it. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to handle the iframes using Cypress. So let's begin. In HTML there is a tag called iframe, and if you want to embed another HTML document inside the main HTML, then you will be using this iframe tag. Now understand more about this concept. So for example, if you go to any website, so the layout you see is basically based on the HTML. So let me create one box here. Let me go to actually Notepad here, and instead of Notepad, let me go to the Paint here. And for example, this is your website layout. Okay, now what you need to do is that this layout is defined by the HTML. So here, this will start from this HTML tag, and this end of this page here, you will get the closer text of this HTML tag here. So whole document inside this is defined inside this HTML tag. Now what you need to do is that you need to define some more area inside this box. So what you will do, for example, this is a box, and now here again you need to use HTML, right? HTML tag. So let me type it here, HTML, and again the closing will be our HTML tag. So this box is basically defined using a tag called iframe, and then we have a closing tag of iframe. So basically embedding HTML into HTML, you will be using the iframe. Now let's see a practical example here, and for that I'm using this particular website. So let me copy this one and go to the browser here and paste this URL. So here basically this particular area, your content goes here, is inside the iframe, and you will see another HTML. So let me go here, click on inspect, and let me show you here. So you will see that this is a iframe tag here, and inside this we have another HTML, then header, then body, and then after that we have a closing tag for this iframe. So this particular box is inside the iframe, right? So if we want to type something, then there is some different strategy we need to use. If we directly find this one and try to type, it will not work, and we will see this shortly. And if I go here, so here you will see that this is our main HTML tag, header and body, right? So this is how this works. Iframe, this works here. Now in order to work with handling the iframe, first we need to get this iframe, and let me go here and let me type the steps here. So step 1 is to get iframe. Then in iframe we know that there is another HTML document, so we need to resolve that HTML, right? And after resolving that HTML, we need to traverse to particular element. So traverse to element. Okay, so these are the steps we need to follow in order to write something here. If I go here, we need to type something here. These are the steps we need to follow. So the first thing is that simply we need to get this one, right? So let me go to the Visual Studio Code here and let me create one file. I am calling it as iframe handling.js, and simply let me copy this reference line from here and paste it here. Now first we need to use a describe block, and describe is handling iframes. Then we know that we need to use a callback function, and inside the callback function we have this body. Now I will create a it block because it block refers to our test case. So title of test case here is that, let me type it as validate that user should be able to write a text inside the available area. And again we need to use a callback function here, and inside the callback function, so this is the body of this callback function. The first thing we need to do is that we need to visit the website, right? So cy.visit, and we need to provide the URL. So let me go here and copy this URL from here and paste it here. So in order to run this one, let me save this one, and my test runner is already opened. So here we need to find this, yes, iframe handling.js. Click on this one and see if it is opening this particular website or not. And yes, the website is open. So in general cases, what we will do is that we'll identify this box and we will start typing on this one. So let me copy this one, and what I'll do is that paste it here, then type, and whatever we need to type we'll type here. So welcome to Cypress tutorial about handling iframes. Okay, so let me save this one and let me execute this one. So here you will see that it will not type anything here, because here Cypress is telling us that this is iframe, right? And that's why first we need to identify this one, then we need to resolve the internal HTML, and after that we will start writing on this one. So for that, let me go back here, and again this is very simple. Instead of using this type here, let me remove this line from here. The first thing is that this is a iframe, and inside that we have HTML, right? So first we need to resolve. So first get this iframe, then what we need to do, we need to resolve this. Okay, so we need to get this HTML, and again we need to use a callback function, and inside the callback function we need to provide a $sign, and we can name it anything here. So I'm naming it as iframe here. So inside the iframe here, basically we are resolving, and in technical terms we will call it as resolving a promise. In other words, we are resolving the HTML inside this iframe. Okay, so now this $iframe actually contains the internal HTML. Now, which is the internal HTML? Let me go back here, and if I go here, you will see, so inside this, first we get this iframe. Now we have this whole HTML, right, using this $iframe. So inside this we need to go to this body, because this is a body where we can actually write. So now let me go back here. So we have resolved this thing, and now we need to provide a body. And here, first thing we need to do is that, because we know that this inside $iframe we have whole HTML, but where we need to go, where we need to type, we need to type into the body. So for that, let me create one variable, and I will call it as iframe body. And how to get a body from this complete thing here, and how to get this whole body from this one. So simply what I need to do is that I will provide $iframe, then we have a method called contents. So this will give me the contents of this whole HTML. It contains header, it contains body, everything. But what specifically we are looking for? We are looking for a body. Then dot find, and then what we are looking for? We are looking for a body, and that's it. So far what we did is that we get the main iframe, then we resolved that iframe, and so that we can have this HTML. You can see this jQuery HTML element, and this iframe has header, body, HTML, and everything. So what we need to do is that now we get a body using this one. Okay, so here in this iframe body variable we have the body now. So if we want to perform a Cypress chaining command, so we need to use cy.wrap. And why we are using? Because these functions, this functionality resolving the promise is not a Cypress thing, it's a jQuery thing. So if we want to use again the Cypress command, so what I need to do is that I need to use a Cypress.wrap, and what I need to wrap? I need to wrap this iframe body here, simply. So now I can use the chaining commands. So if I go back here, you see that there is some text already present. So first we need to clear this text, and then we can start writing on this one. So dot first method is clear, and it will clear the text inside the body. Then what we need to do, we need to type, and whatever we need to type, this will work now. So I will say that welcome to Cypress tutorial by testing funda on handling iframes. Okay, so we have to type this thing now, and once we can type, we can do further more things. So let me save this one and show you what happens. So this time it should go and type yes. So it went into this particular area and it typed welcome to Cypress tutorial by testing funda on handling frames. Now if we want to go here, this is not inside the iframe. Let me show you here, and if I go here, go on this button, which will actually make your text bold. So it is outside of the frame. So here this button, and which is outside the frame, which is, you know, this particular body is inside the frame, but this button is outside the frame. So we don't need to switch back to the main area just like we do in the Selenium, because if you have some knowledge regarding Selenium, what we need to do is that we need to switch to the frame, then we perform some actions, then we need to switch back to the main area. But this is not the case with the Cypress. We simply, because we have already wrapped this one, so what I simply do is that, so before I go here, let me show you one more thing here. So if I want to use this one, because this will applicable on this whole text, so what I need to do is that I need to copy or select all this one, then click on this one, right? So this is what I need to do. So let me go here. The first thing I need to do is that I need to select all the text. So simply we need to use this type, and inside this type, what I need to do is that I need to use curly braces, and inside the curly braces we need to provide select all. So this will select all the text which we provided in the previous command. And then now what we need to do, we need to click on the bold button, right? So let me save this one and see what happens. Either it is selecting the whole text or not. Yes, the whole text is selected. Now we need to click on this bold. So let me go here and inspect this button, and let me copy this from here. And now let me use this one, cy.get, and simply click on this bold button to make the text bold. So now save this one and see, it should bold the text, and yes, you see the text is bold here. And that's how you can work with the frames using the Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the JavaScript alerts. So let's begin. There are three types of alerts. One are known as simple alerts, then we have confirmation alert, then we have prompt alert. Now let's go to the browser and see what these are and how they are different from each other. Now on Google, what we need to do is that we need to search for internet Heroku app alerts, and this is the link which we need to open from here. Click on this one, and here are the three types of alerts. This one is the first one, which is a simple alert, and if I click on this one, you will get something like this. And on Chrome browser, you will get this alert here on the top. So then we have this second one, which is a confirmation based, and if I click on this one, you will again get a alert pop-up here, or in Chrome you will get on the top. So here you have an option, either you can click OK or you can cancel, right? So you have two options here. So if I click on cancel, it will cancel. If I click on OK, so it will be OK here. But in our first alert, we have only OK option. Then we have a third alert, which is a prompt based. If I click on this one, so here you have to write something, you have to provide some input here. So let me type here as testing funda. So if I do this here and click on OK, so you have provided the testing funda here in this particular prompt. So these are three alerts which we need to handle in the Cypress. Now let me go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one class or file here. So let me name it as handling alerts.js, and first thing I'll do is that I'll copy the basic code of line from our previous examples. And the first thing we know that we need to use a describe block. So inside the describe block, what we are doing is that we are learning how to handling of alerts in Cypress, and we know that we need to use a callback function here, and this is the body of callback function. And then you know that in order to write a test, we need to use a it blog. And again, so let me start with a very basic alert, handling of basic alert. And again, we need to use a callback function here, and this is the body of callback function. So the first thing we need to do is that we need to visit a website. So for that, we will be using cy.visit, and here we need to provide a URL. So let me copy this URL and paste it here, and that's it. So first let's execute this one and see what happens. For that, let me open the test runner here, and we need to open this particular JS file which is handling alerts.js. So let me click on this one, and it will open the browser, and it should open this particular URL where we have actually these three different type of alert here, right? So we have successfully landed on this page. Now by default, Cypress has a different behavior in terms of handling this particular pop-up. So what happens is that as soon as I click on this one, it will automatically get handled by the Cypress, right? Now this means that if you click on, you won't see any kind of click and pop-up when actually Cypress is clicking on this one. So let me go here, and before that, let me inspect this one and get this element, copy this one from here and go back here, and simply after visiting this one, dot click. So that's a simple thing, and you will see that Cypress will automatically handle this kind of alerts, right? So let me save this one and see what happens. It will go to this particular website, it will click on this one, but you didn't see any kind of a alert pop-up here. The reason is that this is how actually Cypress is handling. In actual, Cypress clicked on this one, that's why we have this, you have successfully clicked an alert. So basically we got the alert, and let me go back and let me show you. So if you click on this one, after clicking on OK, then you will successfully clicked on alert. So this whole mechanism is done just by triggering the alert or clicking the alert. Now this is not sufficient as an automation engineer. So what we need to do is that we need to verify that if user click on this one, we are getting this IMJS alert, right? Let me copy this text from here and click OK on this one. Let's go back to this our test, and now this is not a simple thing. We need to trigger an event, and we need to fire an event using a method called on, and that will actually trigger an event window with the alert, right? So for that, we need to use cy.on, and what we need to provide here is that we need to provide that window alert. So window colon alert, then we need to use a function here, callback function, and here I'm using a text in order to copy the text, or we need to provide a variable here which will be using to resolve the particular value. So here what I'll do is that I will be using a arrow function here, and inside the arrow function what I'll do is that I need to provide my line of the code, which is my assertion expect. Then what I'm expecting alert tags. This is a variable here. I need to provide alert tags dot. So there are multiple ways to assert this text. So I've already created multiple videos on assertions. You can go and check it out in this series. So here what I'll do is that I simply 2.include or 2.contains. So I can use any of those, right? So contains, and let me provide that particular text which we are expecting from the alert. So let me go back here, let me click again on this one, let me copy this text again from here, And what I need to do is that I need to go here and provide this text here. So we are ready, but we are getting some kind of a syntax here. So yeah, so basically we need to remove this small bracket from here, and this needs to be used here. Yes. Now let me save this one and see what happens. Now this text should be asserted, right? And we got this asserted successfully. Now let me create another test, and now this time we will be getting this click for JS confirm. For that, let me go here and let me copy this complete block of code, and let me copy this complete block of code and paste it here. And here what we'll do is that handling of confirm alert, and we don't need to open the URL again, so we will remove this line from here. And the first thing we need to do is that let's go with the clicking on OK thing, right? So if I go here, click on this one, then click OK. So this is what we need to do in the second test. So simply let me go here, and for this simply we need to trigger the event just like we did in our first test, and then we need to click on OK or the confirm. So simply in this particular line, for this particular line, what I'll do is that I'll go here and let me inspect this confirm button. Let me copy this from here and go back here, and let me paste it here, right? Let me paste it here, then we'll paste it completely, right? So let me comment this one. Now this is the child, right? So first we will do click on this just like we did in our first test, and then again trigger an event. So simply I'll remove this line of code from here, and here instead of alert we have one method called confirm here, and here instead of using the alert text, what I'll do is that I will use accept confirm, and that's done simply. And after that again we can we can assert this one, right? So for that simply let me go here and see what text we are getting on clicking OK. So basically, right, so I am a JS confirm, right? Let me click on this one. Okay, so this is okay, we need to assert, right? So let me comment this one, and just let's simply run this one and see what happens. So it will go, and yes, our both test cases passed. This is our first test case, and this is our second. I am a JS confirm. So let's now assert this thing. Simply go back and let me uncomment this one here, and let me provide this text here. So let me go here and let me provide this text here. I am a JS confirm, and I need to move it here, and that's it. Let me copy this one and paste it here and save it. And now let's run this one, and you see our both test cases got passed successfully. Now let's move towards the third test case, where after clicking on this one we have to click on the cancel here, right? So simply again let me copy this complete block of code from here and paste it here, handling confirm alert, and here let me type OK, and let me type here as cancel here, so that we are canceling this one. And here what we need to do, how we can cancel this one, right? So simply I can directly, instead of clicking on this one, I can directly trigger an event here, and here I can simply say return me false here. For this window confirmation, return me false. So let me name it as cancel pop up, and here this is again a name, so you can specify anything here, right? And what I need to do is that simply once this event will trigger, I will ask to return false, and that's it. So return false will basically actually click on the false thing, right? Actually it will click on the cancel. So let me save this one and let's see what happens. So all test cases got executed, and here we got the cancel alert. But let me check one thing here, because we haven't clicked on the cancel, right? We just doing this one, right? We are not getting any information what exactly happened with this button, right? So simply what I'll do is that cy dot get. So simply cy dot get, basically again let me copy this line from here and paste it here. And once I'll do this, right, now what I can do is that I can click on this one and click on cancel. So I can actually refer this result in order to confirm my cancellation event. Okay, so simply what I do is that let me go here and let me inspect this result. So this is the hash result. So simply cy dot get, and we know that this is a hash result. So this is a CSS hash result, and hash result, then what this result should and have a text, because it's a text, have dot text. I'm just putting a session here, and what text we are expecting here. So let me go here and let me copy this whole text from here and paste it here. So this is the text we are expecting in this particular case, right? So let me save this one and see what happens here. And yes, everything is working as expected. So now the one thing I need to do is that here is basically what I am actually need to do is regarding the prompt here. So regarding the prompt, again let me copy one thing here. Let me copy this complete code from here and paste it here. And simply what I need to do, so what I need to do is that here, this is basically, there's no direct support in the Cypress in order to type something into the prompt. So what I need to do is that I need to use the JavaScript or the Cypress stubbing concept in order to create a prompt stub and ask that stub me to return this particular text what I supposed to input. So here handling of prompt alert, and here the first thing I need to do is that I need to handle the prompt. So let me remove this whole code from here and simply cy dot window, and then we need to resolve a promise, and it should contain a function. It's a callback function, and here I'm providing a name called prompt alert, and then we have a body of this function. Now the thing we need to do is that we need to create a stub or using a stubbing concept. So stub Windows prompt, and here simply cy dot stub, and what we need to do, we need to stub this prompt alert, right? let me copy this from here and paste it here. And again, we need to tell that this is a type of prompt. So prompt and then dot returns. Simply we have returns, and what it should returns, let me add here like testing funda tutorial on handling alerts. So this is the text, right? So what I will do is that this stuff will actually invoke this prompt, and then it will actually return this text, right? So now what I need to do is that go back here, and stubbing is done. Let me go here, take this one here, let me copy this one from here and paste it here. Then again, what we need to do is that we need to click on this one, and that's it. And after that we need to verify. So cy.get, and we know that the result is in basically hash result now dot contains, and what it should contain here is basically this line, right? Let me copy this one and paste it here. So that's it. Let me save this one and let's run this one. So it will start executing. All tests completed. Testing funda tutorial on handling alerts. We got this text entered successfully, and here you see that it contains this text as well. So this is a stubbing. So here it got stubbed, where we are actually prompting I am a JS prompt. So that's how actually we can work with the different type of alerts in Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to handle the tabs using Cypress. So let's begin. First, let's understand the scenario, and then we will see how we can automate this particular tricky scenario. So for this tutorial, I'm going to Gmail about page, and this is a Gmail about page, and we need to scroll down to the bottom of this page, and here you will find a different links like privacy, terms and so on. So if I click on this product, it will open a new tab here. It will not load here in the same page. So if I click on this one, you will see it will open a new tab, and here it shows the different details about their products. So this is the scenario, and unfortunately the problem with the Cypress is that Cypress only controls or works on the active or the first tab, right? And if I try to automate something from here, it will not recognize and it will fail the Cypress scenario. And so what we can do, if there is no direct support in Cypress, then how we can automate this kind of a scenario. So let me go here and let me click on inspect here, and let me explain you here. So for example, if there is some link, and if you find target equals to blank, then this means that this particular link will open into a new tab. So if I want to open this link into the same tab window, so what I'll do is that simply I will remove this attribute from here. So what I'll do is that I will remove this attribute from here, and if I press enter, and now if I click on this one, because I have temporarily removed from here, and if I now click on this products, it will reload in the same tab. You will see this. So you see this, it reloaded into the same tab here. So this is the trick here, and what we need to do is that we need to remove this attribute tag from here, which is target underscore blank. We need to remove this one and then click on this link. So that's how it will, instead of opening into a new tab, it will be opening into the same tab, and then you can perform any task on this one. So how we can do this? Let me go to Visual Studio Code here and let me create one new file. I'm saying it as handling tabs.js, and let me copy basic code of reference line from the previous script here, and you know that we need to use a describe block, and inside the describe block we need to provide the title, handling tabs, and then we need a callback function, so function and the body of the function, right? And now the first thing is that we need to visit the website, and but we also need to create a test here. So testing tabs, and then again callback function and the body of the callback function here, and now cy.visit, and here inside this one we need to provide the URL. So let me go here and let me copy this URL and go back here and provide the URL. Okay, now save this one, and let me also open the test runner. So npx Cypress open, and meanwhile what we need to do is that we need to click on this products button, right? Because we need to go to this particular page, and then after opening this page, let's assume that we need to click on this learn more. So first we will write without removing the attribute, blank attribute, target equals to blank. Before removing that, we will simply go with the script, and just like we do in our previous tutorials, and we will see the error first, and after that we will learn how we can remove this particular attribute. So Cypress runner is open here, and now let me go here, and so basically handling tabs. So let me open this one. It will open this particular web page, and yes, it's loading the page, and the page is successfully loaded. Now what we need to do is that we need to go here and we need to click on this button. Simply what I'll do is that let me go down here and go to products. So let me copy this one from here, go back to Visual Studio Code, and here what I need to do is that I need to click on this one, right? And after that, once it will open this all products page, I need to click on this one. So let me inspect this one here and go to Selectors hub, and let me copy the relative CSS selector from here. So let me copy this one from here, and let me go back here and provide this one. Actually cy dot get, and inside the get actually we need to provide the selector, and then again we need to click on this one. All right, so this is a simple test, and I have executed this one, and see it opened the new tab, right? On the first tab it went here, click on this one, then it went here, and let's see what happens. So if I go back to this main tab here, so you will see that trying out failure, expected to find this element but never found it. So how can we solve this one? And this is because of the tab thing here. And now what I'll do is that I will just remove this target attribute which has a value blank, and then it will work. So for that, what I need to do is that instead of here directly clicking on this one, the first thing I need to do is that I need to use a method called invoke, and here inside the invoke, what we need to do, we need to basically remove an attribute, right? So because this is an attribute, so remove attribute attr, and then what is the attribute? This is basically the name of attribute. So the name is basically a target. So if I go here and show you here again, and let me inspect this one, so you will see that the target is basically an attribute, right? And what we need to do, we need to remove this one. So simply, and so I'm getting this element, right? And I am invoking, using an invoke method, I am removing this attribute which is target and then clicking on it. So what it will do is that it will open the page in the same tab instead of opening a new tab. So let me save this one and run this one and see what happens. So you see that it opened the tab in the same tab and it's working fine now. So that's how you can handle tabs in the Cypress, right? Because there's no direct support of handling the tabs in Cypress, because Cypress is working on this active screen. This is an active screen, active tab, right? Cypress doesn't know about what is happening on other tabs. So the trick is that open the tab inside the main tab, like, because we are trying to open the same page inside the same tab. This is what we did. So that's how we can work with the tabs in Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone and welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn to install the Cypress using the ChatGPT step by step. So let's begin. ChatGPT is very popular and trending these days, and it's basically a AI based chatbot which helps you to answer anything you ask that particular chatbot. So let's go to the browser here and search for ChatGPT. And this is basically the link, open AI, and you see that this is basically a ChatGPT description. And in order to use this one, just click on this one, and here you need to go to the sign up and go to this research blog and about, and here is a try button. Click on this one and you need to sign up here, and once you are signed in, you will get this particular URL. I'm already signed in, so that's why I'm getting this screen. Else you will get a sign up page where you can sign up using your email, and once you are signed up successfully, then you will log in and you will get this screen. So this is a very simple screen here. From here you can create a new chat, you can change the mode, and you can ask anything from the ChatGPT. The first thing you need to understand is that once you create a chat, it will reference that chat, which means that if I ask about Cypress, so all answers will be related to the Cypress. So, and the second thing is that we need to be very precise in asking the question to the ChatGPT. So, because if I ask how to install a Cypress, it will give a very generic answer. But if you want to install Cypress using Visual Studio Code, then it will give some different answer. And not just answers, it will also write a code for you. And not only writing a code, but it also explain how this code works. So this is very powerful and it really helps you to work very efficiently and make you very productive. So here in this chat, let me ask ChatGPT, I want to install Cypress on Windows 10 in new folder using npm and Visual Studio Code, and then press enter. So it will think for a while and start telling you how you should proceed with this. So he is actually providing you a step-by-step guide here. So once it will complete, we will following these steps and see how much this is accurate in order to work with the ChatGPT. So the first thing is that ChatGPT is saying that open the command prompt in the Windows and navigate to the directory where you want to create a new folder for your project. Okay, then run the following command to make a directory. Make a directory, create this one, navigate to newly created folder. Okay, then run npm init to create a new npm project. Follow the prompts to set this package file. Once the package JSON file is created, run npm install Cypress to install Cypress as a dev dependency. Then open the Visual Studio Code and open the folder, my project, which we created here. And then in Visual Studio Code, run the command Cypress open from the command palette, and this is already provided a shortcut to launch a test runner. Verify that Cypress has been installed correctly by running the sample test in the test runner. You can now write and run the test for web application using Cypress in Visual Studio Code. So the first thing is that we need to create a folder. So let me go here and let me create one folder on desktop, and I'm naming it as install Cypress, and this is my folder. And now let me go back to ChatGPT. So I have named it as install Cypress. Now what I need to do is that run the command npm init to create this, and where we need to run this, navigate to the newly created folder by this. Okay, so let me go here, and this is my folder here. I have created this folder on desktop. So desktop, install Cypress, here I need to go. So cmd command prompt is here, and this is desktop and install Cypress. So cd desktop and then cd install Cypress. And here what we need to do is that we need to run the command called npm init. So before running this one, obviously npm should be installed, right? So this is a very common thing we need to know about the installations. So let me copy, or let me go here and simply write npm init, and it will start. So it is asking about the package name. So let me name it as ChatGPT underscore Cypress. Sorry, name can no longer contains the capital letters. Okay, ChatGPT underscore Cypress, version 1, description. This installation is done using ChatGPT index test command. We don't need to provide this now. We are not working the Git repository as of now. Press enter. No keywords. Author, let me write ChatGPT as an author. License, and then press. Is this okay? Yes, and done. So we are done with the init command, and let's go to the folder and see what's there. So now we have a package.json file here, just like as it is informed by the ChatGPT. Now once the package.json is created, run the command npm install Cypress in this particular folder. So we're already in the folder. So what we need to do is that npm install Cypress, and see, it's installing the Cypress here, and very accurate instructions. And let's see what happens. It's installing right now. Let's wait for a couple of minutes or maybe seconds. It will be done soon, and see what is the change in the folder first, and after that we'll follow the next instruction. And next instruction is that open the Visual Studio Code and open this folder which is created in the step 2, right? So wait for some time here. Let's it complete the installation. So you see that installation is completed in this time. Now it's asking us to open this project in Visual Studio Code. So let me go here and go to the file, open folder, and we need to open this particular folder from here, which is basically install Cypress. Open this folder, and here we got node_modules, and we have package.json. And then what is Cypress is using? Run the command Cypress : open from the command palette, which is Control plus Shift plus P. Okay, so Control plus Shift plus P, and here what we need to run? We need to run this command Cypress open. Let me copy this one from here, and again let me Control plus Shift plus P and this command, and press enter. But there's no command showing here. So what I'll do is that let me open the terminal here and run npx Cypress open instead of using this command. But you see, the installation was successful. It was not opening via the palette, but from here it is opened successfully. So if I go here and see that our Cypress has been installed successfully, however this particular command was not working. This means that at least the ChatGPT is 80 to 90% accurate in terms of providing you the details. So let me type something here: how to write a login automated test. Now it will be referring to the Cypress, because the initial thing was related to the Cypress. This chat will follow this reference. So let me start this one and see what happens. So here are the steps to write a login automated Cypress test. Again, go here, when Cypress install in the project folder, open the folder, this integration folder, where you restore the test. In this folder, create the login.spec.js file of your test, import the CI object from the Cypress module, this, and this. And you see the beauty of this ChatGPT, it start writing the code for you as well. And this is very good. You can copy the code from here, and obviously this is an AI model, and this will be improving time. But as of today, I believe that it is 80 to 90% accurate, and it really helps you to be very quick in doing your tasks on the daily basis. So if I ask write test automated test for registration, and let's see what happens here. So here are the steps to write an automated test script for registration. Again, and it is referencing us to open the Visual Studio Code, navigate to the project where Cypress is installed. In the project folder, create a new folder named already, because when you install, this folder will already be there in the new versions. So again, it is not 100% accurate, but you will see it is 80 to 90% accurate what you are asking about. And in generic, whatever is the fields or inputs are available, and it is writing a code for you. And if I ask to write a test cases, it will write the test cases, and also it will write the code for this particular feature I asked for. So once it was done, let me give one more question to ChatGPT and ask what it can do for us. So I will ask to write test cases for profile feature and see what happens. So it will think for a while. It's an AI model and it will give you an answer shortly. In some cases it will be very prompt, just like you see I just typed and it start writing, but in some cases it will take some time to respond you back. And there's a very common question coming up to me is that, will ChatGPT is the thing which will impact the manual testing or automation team jobs? No. Basically it will help you to be more productive, and this is the beauty of ChatGPT. So it is taking some time, and meanwhile let me go here, allow this one, and let me see. Yes, this is continue end-to-end testing, component testing is the latest version, and let me click on this one and see this one. It's taking time. So these are the files. Continue. Now here on this particular screen you can select the browser and then click on start, and it will start the executing this particular screen, and from here you can actually go for the sample test. And let me select this one. Okay, got it. If I click on this one, it will start executing this particular test here. And let me go back to ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT responded back. So here, let me see. Okay, yes, so this is here it answered, and open the Visual Studio Code again, blah blah blah, and then just start writing a code for you. Then replace existing -username, existing password, your profile page.com with the actual values of your web application. Okay, write additional test cases to verify the functionality of your profile feature, for example this and this. Save the file and run by clicking all the run the specs. You see, this is a beauty of ChatGPT. I will be covering more tutorials on ChatGPT and see how much it will help you while you're automating your web applications. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the viewport, its examples, and we will be also seeing this through the ChatGPT. So let's begin. So what is viewport? Viewport is a built-in feature of Cypress through which we can test our web application on different screen sizes or resolutions. And why we need to do this? For that, let me open the browser here and let's go to google.com. And the screen you are seeing right now is basically a desktop size or the laptop size screen. However, in actual your application will be used across the different sizes. For example, your user might be using the iPad, and iPad has a different screen size. Similarly, your user might be using the mobile phone, and we have a different mobile sizes as well. And as the owner of the application, we need to ensure that every user coming from the different screen sizes should have a smooth experience and application should be working as it is. So let me show you different screen sizes, the common sizes here. For that, just right click on this one, click on inspect, and here you see this, and click on this one, and here you will see that how our application will look like on the different dimensions. So the dimension is basically screen size or the resolutions. Here is basically a screen size mentioned, Let me do it 100%. So in actual, this is the size of Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus, and this is how Google searches should be looking like on the Galaxy. And similarly, if I click on this one, we have different options available like iPhone XR, then we have iPad Air, and again iPad, you see it's a different screen size. Okay, and again if I go to some other like Surface Duo, and it has some different screen size. And furthermore, not only the screen sizes, but as a mobile user or the iPad user, we have a different modes. Okay, we can rotate the screen, the orientation of the screen as well. So this is how it will change the orientation of my iPad or my mobile. So this is how it will look like, and this is the reason user can use from any perspective. And as an automation engineer, we have to write our code in such a way that our application should be tested across the common screen resolutions. And this is where the viewport comes in. And let me search here for the Cypress viewport, but before that I'm coming out of this one, and let me type Cypress viewport here and go to the documentation here and control the size and orientation of the screen for your application. And this is a very basic sentence where we have to use cy.viewport method, provide the width, height, present, orientation, width, height options. So there are multiple ways of using it. And what is the correct usage? Simply, either we have to provide the resolution in terms of width and height, or we can provide the name of the device. So by default, what happens is that if I scroll down here, so if I provide the name, automatically Cypress will provide this width and height. Okay, so now let's do a practical on this one, and let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one file here. I'm naming it as viewport.js, and let me copy this basic reference line from here and paste it here. And you know that we need to use a describe block, and here I'm saying at learning viewport, and we need to use a callback function here, and here's the body of function. And because I want to for example, I want to open the Google home page, but I want to open this page so that every time my test executed, it should got executed on a different screen sizes. So for that reason, let me put it the URL into BeforeEach. So BeforeEach, and let me change this one, BeforeEach. And in BeforeEach, we need to provide the function, and simply this is the arrow function here, and this is the body. So this is simple BeforeEach, and here in BeforeEach I will be providing cy.visit, and here we will be providing the application URL. So simply I will go here and let me open google.com, and from google.com let me go here and provide it here. And this is the BeforeEach, because before every test this page will be open, and once it will be open, we will change the screen size and test those particular screen sizes. So here what I'll do is that create a it block, and let me name it as, for example, let's suppose we want to test it on the iPad 2. So let me copy this name from here and paste it here. And again, we know that we need to use a callback function here, and this is the body of callback function. And here simply what I'll do is that cy.log, I'm just logging this value here. That's it. And let me save this one, and now let me create the multiple tests here. But before that, let me open the test runner here, Cypress, npx cypress open. Meanwhile it will get open. I will copy this test from here and paste it here, and then again I will change the screen resolution. So let me go with the iPhone X, and this is the resolution of iPhone X. Let me copy from here, and let me go here and let me change the test name and this one, and let me add one more screen size. So let me add here, and now what I'll do is that I will go with let's go with the MacBook 16, because it has a bigger screen size resolution. We want to see this one, so let me go here, and here instead of iPhone X I will provide MacBook 16 and will log this as well. And as we know that Cypress execution is very fast, so what I'll do is that I will put some weight in the test. So cy.wait, and here we need to provide the time in terms of milliseconds. So if I want to wait for 3 seconds, so we need to provide a 3000 here. So let me copy from here again and here, and this is my first test where the screen should open on the particular iPad, and this one, and here and this one. And we haven't used the cy.viewport command here. So this is now we will add this command here. So cy.viewport, and we need to provide the viewport. So if I go back to this one, so here you will see that, so this is a correct usage of the viewport. Either we can provide width and height, or we can use in this way. So let me go back here, and for the iPad 2, so here I will provide the iPad. This is a name for this particular resolution, right? And let me copy it from here. The second one here is basically iPhone X. Let me copy this one, paste it here, and the third one is basically our MacBook 16 screen size. So let me provide this one here, and let me name it here as well. So either you can provide these names as Cypress suggested, or we can provide the screen resolution. So let me create one more block of code here. Let me create this one, and here we will provide the height and width, and I will say, for example, custom resolution, and here I will go with the width and height. This time for this I will provide this one from here. Let me copy this one, let me go here and provide this width and height, and that's it. We need to log this value here, and we are done. Let me save this one, and now let's run this one and see what's happened. So in the test runner we need to go to this viewport.js. Let me click on this one, and let's see what happens. So it will go with the iPad screen size. You will see this, you will see an iPad screen size. So this is iPad screen size. It will wait for 3 seconds. Then iPhone X, so this is iPhone X screen, and then MacBook 16. So this is a MacBook 16 screen size, and now in the end it should go with a custom one. So it says viewport could not find a present for 5,70 available, and if I go here, so width and height, and I mean we are using it in a correct way. Actually there's some problem. So problem is that we don't need to provide the quotes here, because it will consider it as a string. So that might be the reason here. Let me go back here, and let me remove this one from here. And what I'll do is that let me go back to my custom thing here. For example, for custom, what I did is that let me go with this one. This is the custom one, and I hope that it should work. I was confused why it is not working because of this quotes here. So it should work, and let me save this as a custom resolution, and let me copy this one from here and paste it here and save this one and see what happens. So it supports the custom resolution and it says the custom resolution is supported. And let's see. So MacBook, then custom resolution. Yeah, so custom resolution is also working fine. You can provide any kind of resolution you have here. And let me go back and change this to, let's suppose, let me change this to, instead of 550, let me do 600 and see what happens here, because it should work on the custom resolution as well. And yes, let's see. So MacBook 16 is done, and now custom resolution, yes, it's working absolutely fine here. So that's how you can work with the viewport in the Cypress. Now this is the way we actually learned. Now the second thing is that let's go with the ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT is suggesting. So this is already a Cypress automation chat is going on. Let me ask this, what is viewport in Cypress, and see what ChatGPT is saying, and then we will ask ChatGPT to provide some code of this one. So the ChatGPT is saying that the viewport in Cypress refers to the dimensions of the browser window that the application be testing. In other words, viewport defines the visible area of the web page. In Cypress, you can control the size of the viewport using cy.viewport command. This allows you to simulate different screen sizes and viewport dimensions, which is useful for testing the responsiveness of your web application. For example, this is the code, and you can set the viewport dimension using for iPhone X using this, or you can set the custom dimensions, and this is very accurate custom dimension of the viewport by specifying the width and size in the pixels. And you can also set the viewport to be responsive, meaning it will automatically adjust its size based on the size of the window. So this is very accurate, and this is how we have done right now with the Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to automate the drag and drop using the Cypress, and we will also be seeing that how ChatGPT will assist us in automating the drag and drop functionality. So let's begin. So first, let's understand about the functionality itself. So for this tutorial, I will be using this particular website. Let me copy this one from here and go to the browser here. So it's already open for me. So basically here we have our different boxes, and these boxes have names like drag 1, 2, 3 and 4. So I can drag any box and drop like this way. So if I dragged first from 3, the sequence is changed, and now the drag 2 is on the first place, then drag 3, then drag 1 and drag 4. So this is a functionality of drag and drop, and this is we need to automate using the Cypress. Now there are two ways. So the first way is that I should write a complete line of code from dragging to dropping. So there's a lengthy code I need to write. And the second way is that I should use a plugin, and plugin will do same thing, but we don't need to write those steps of lines in our code. So let me go to the browser here, and let me go here and search for Cypress plugins, and we need to go to this official link here, click on this one, and now search for drag and drop. So this is a community based plugin. Click on this one here, and if you scroll down, so this is the way. So we can install using the npm, then we need to add this require into our commands.js, and once we are done with this, we can use simply cy.get. so this is a source item and this is a target item, so we need to provide the locators of both, and we are done. So this is how simple it is. But if we start writing using complete code, and there's a trigger method and there are different methods used in order to do the same functionality, this plugin will do that automatically for us. So I have already installed this one. You can simply go here and in terminal you can provide npm and this complete command to install. It will install this one, and then we need to add this line of command. So if I go here, so this is already installed. So let me show you here in my package.json, you will find this dependency Cypress drag and drop, right? And once I install it, you will see this here. And then we have this command.js. So here you need to add this line. So once you are done with this, now you're good to go with writing your test here. So let me go here and let me create one file. So handling drag and drop.js, this is a file, and let me copy the basic reference lines from here. So let me copy from here and paste it here. And the first thing, you know that we need to use a describe block, and this is a describe block. So I'll say that this is drag and drop tutorial, and we need to use a callback function here. So this is a function, and this is the body of this function, and inside this we need to create a test. So it block, and so let me name it as learn drag and drop, and again a callback function here. So callback function here it goes, and this is a body. And the first thing what we need to do is that simply cy.visit to open this website here, and let me go back to this particular URL. Let me copy this URL from here and go back here and provide this URL. So this is very simple. Now cy dot, so let me go back to this plugins page, and here you will see the how it should be used. So this is the line. Let me copy it from here and go back here, and so now I just need to go and find the selectors for this one and see what happens. So let me go here and go here, and let me change it here, inspect this one, and so you see this is a class. So what I'll do is that I will write a CSS selector here. So CSS selector can be written if I copy this one from here, then dot this one, and these are two classes used, so I need to provide this one. So now you see that we have uniquely identified this one from here. So this is our tracking point, and let me go back here and provide this here. And now where we need to drop it, here we need to provide that particular target locator. So for that, again, let's go back to this website here, and let me inspect this box here. So they're pretty much same here, only you see there's a difference of this particular class is -3. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and now we are done, right? Let's save this one and see what happens, and it will start executing. For that, let me open the npx Cypress open. Let me open the test runner, and we will execute using the test runner and see what happens. Either it will drag this one box and drop it on the third one, like this one, and then the sequence should be changed here. So just wait for some time to open the test runner, and then we will execute using the test runner. So meanwhile, let me open the ChatGPT. So we'll ask the ChatGPT as well. And so let me go back here. It's open now, and inside the learning we were automating the drag and drop, and let's open this one and see what happens. So no, actually not this one. We have executed the wrong drag and drop. So basically it was handling the drag and drop. So let me open this one, and yes, this is the correct one. So our script got executed, but there's no change here. And let me show you the code. So first you need to wrap this element, then you need to trigger this one, pointer down, then mouse down, then again use a trigger, then again wrap this one. So there's a lot of code we need to write in order to do this drag and drop, and that is the benefit of using this plugin. So plugin will do all the things for you, but our requirement still haven't fulfilled. So for that, what I'll do is that I will force it. Okay, so how I'll force it? Simply go here, curly braces, and here I need to write force colon true. That's it. This is what we need to do. And now save this one, and let's see the execution. And now you see this has been changed. Let me run this again to show you. You see the places has been changed. So this is how you can use the benefit of the plugin. Now let's go to the ChatGPT. Let me verify this one, and from ChatGPT we will ask ChatGPT how to automate drag and drop and see what ChatGPT suggests. So obviously, as we know that there are two ways. One is writing the whole complete code, and other is the plugin. So what I'll do is that I will ask ChatGPT how to drag and drop element using Cypress. So let's ask the ChatGPT and see what it suggests. So to drag this one, see, you can use the trigger method to simulate the necessary mouse events. So these all are the mouse events: mouse up, mouse down to drag, and then again for the place where we need to drop. And that's why if I go back here to the execution itself, you see trigger, wrap the element, then trigger. So many times we have used the trigger, but we haven't write down this code. This is automatically done by the plugin. Now if I go back to ChatGPT, so ChatGPT has written the complete code and it's quite complicated in nature. Now let me ask how to automate drag and drop in Cypress using plugin. Now I'm asking specifically about the plugin. So now this time let's see what it says. So using a plugin, here's an example of plugin that simplifies the process of drag and drop. That's very cool. Then drag and drop requires equals this is a plugin, and this some additional code is saying we need to add this one and this one, and this plugin uses the drag and drop library, and install this and this cy.task drag. So again, it might be referring to some other drag and drop plugin. There's so many plugins available in the market, but this one which we used, because here it says drag and drop, and the plugin we used was basically it was this one, Cypress drag and drop. So let me write it again, Cypress drag and drop plugin, and let me ask in a different way how to use Cypress drag and drop plugin. So how to use Cypress drag and drop plugin to install this one. Now it is referring us to the correct plugin, and this is we can do in this way. And now here it is telling us some different old way of adding this requirement, but it is also suggesting us in the same way. It's a draggable, then drag, right? This is the first element, it's a source element, then it's a target element. In the target element you can also provide the coordinates as well. So if you are using a ChatGPT, you need to be very specific in terms of asking the ChatGPT. And again, it's not 100% correct, but at least it will help you in many ways, like 70 to 80% is correct. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about data-driven testing using Fixtures, and we will also be using the ChatGPT for assistance in this tutorial. So let's begin. In Cypress, Fixtures are used for data-driven testing, and by data-driven testing means that if you want to test a particular feature with a different set of data. So let me give you a real-time example here. For that, let me go to the browser here and let me open a website called hrmlive.com. It's a demo website here, and here you see that we have this logging feature. And now if you want to test this feature with a multiple set of data, then you need to use a fixture. So fixtures are used for test data, so you will be providing test data in Fixtures, and then you will be using that data in your test. So if we go to the Cypress here, so here you will find this Fixtures folder under this Cypress, and here you find example.json. So if I click on this file, you see this is a JSON format, and here you can provide your test data. So this is a very simple object here. And now let me go to here and create a file, and let me name it as the fixtures.js, and let me copy some basic line of code from my previous example. Let me copy this one, let me paste it here, let me change the description here. So this is basically a Fixtures tutorial, and we are learning data driven testing, or in other words, we say that we are parameterizing a test. So for the first thing we need to do is that we need to open this URL. So let me copy this URL from here, and let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and let me provide this here. Let me comment this line from here. Actually, let me remove this one, we don't need this one from here. Let me save this one, and now let me go to the test runner here, and let's run this file and see what happens. So we have this fixtures.js, click on this one, it should open this demo on HRM website, and it might take some time because there's some redirection happening here. So because we are providing till.com, but in actual it's landing to the /login. So let me rerun this again, and yes, the website has been opened. So let me create a static code right now, and then we will convert this into a data driven test. So for this one, let me go to this one here, identify this element, copy this one from here and paste it here. And then what we need to do is that we need to type here, right? And what we need to type here, we need to provide a username. For that, let me go back again, and here this is basically a username, and the actual username provided is admin. So let me provide username here as admin. Now the second thing we need to do is that we need to provide a password here. Let's go back again and identify this field here, copy this one from here and paste it here. And again, what we need to do is that we need to type here, and let me see the password. So it's admin123. So admin123. Now third thing is that we need to click on the button to log in ourselves. So inspect this button. This is the locator. Copy this one and go back here and provide this one. And this is a very simple and quick, and we are done with this one. Now let me save this one. It will start executing again, and you will see that it will provide the username and password and it should log in, right? And this is how it should work. Now I need to make it a data driven. So the first thing we need to do is that we need to go here, and here in the you can create new file or you can utilize this one. And let me use this file here. This is example one. We don't need this parameter, we only need username and password. So let me change this one as a username, and let me change it to password here. And what is our actual username which we are providing, which is admin. We don't need a comma here. And now what we need to do is that we need to provide this password here, admin123. Now our file is ready, and now what we need to do is that we need to call this file, data file, where we have a data in our test here. So first thing is that we need to call this file, access this file, and then we will be using the data from this file. Here we have one data, but in actual we will be creating the multiple set of data, and we will be using the array objects here. So let me go here and let me open the browser actually, and let me show you Cypress Fixtures and search for this one, and we need to go to this official website here, and you see that load a fixed set of data located in the file. So we have a test data in the file, and this is a syntax here, cy.fixture. We need to provide a file path. If there is any encoding, we need to provide encoding options. So we have different ways to use this one, and let's see what is the correct use. So we can use this as cy.fixture is basically a method through which we can use and call the file. So here users is basically a file, and they are using the alias here to call it as a users JSON, and then they have used this one to resolve this file in order to access this file. So let's do this thing, and let me go back to Visual Studio Code here, and what I'll do is that I will call this file before this test, so that we have a data preloaded before we can pass it here. Right now we are giving a hard-coded value, but now what I'll do is that let me create a before block here, before, and we need a function here which is a callback function, and we need a body of callback function, right? And for the first thing we need is that, let me put a comments here, call the test data file. So this is what I need to do here, and this can be done simply cy.fixtures, and I need to provide a name of the file. So the file name is example, and if the file is under this fixtures folder, so we can just provide the name of the file. Even we don't need to provide the extension which is .json. But if you have some other folders or subfolders, so you need to provide a complete path here. Okay, once I have called this file, then we need to resolve the promise here. And again, what I need to do is that I need a callback function, okay, and the body of callback function. So here I need to create one variable where I can actually save this data. So for that I'm using like login. I'm just giving a name here. You can name it anything as per your requirement. And now what I'll do is that in order to make it inherited from other outside this block of code, what I'll do is that I will use a keyword called this. So this is used for object-oriented programming here, and this dot login data equals to login data, and we are done. So this is one thing, very basic. Call the file here, resolve the promise, save into a variable, and use this keyword to refer or make it available outside this block of the code. So once we are done with this, we simply need this dot login data, okay, and we just remove this one from here, and simply we need to provide the username, because this dot login is equals to login data, and login data is having all the data coming from the example. So this dot login data dot username will provide me a username from the file. And similarly, let me copy this one and paste it here, and instead of a username here, let me provide a password here, and that's it. So no hard-coded values. Now the values are actually coming from this example.json, and this is the file where we are actually calling this test data. So let me save this one and let's see what happens. So you see that the script provided username, password, and click on the login button, and that's how we actually work with the fixtures. Now let me go back to the browser here and see what ChatGPT suggests us. So let me type here. So let me see what is fixtures in Cypress and how to use it. So let's see what ChatGPT suggests. In Cypress, fixtures are a way to load the test data or load data into your test. This is what we did. So definition is correct, and they allow you to define test data that can be reused across multiple tests. This, yes, we can do, because wherever we want to use that particular data, we can simply call that file, we can resolve the promise, and we can access the data from that particular file. So here it says that so you can share it between the different parts of the test. Yes, we can do that. Then create a fixtures directory. This is already there. In case if you don't have fixtures, we can create the fixtures folder under this Cypress, and then define your fixtures data as a JSON file in fixtures, which is already provided there as example.json. And here it says us, give us a data, and data here is in the form of array, because when we have a multiple data objects, we can provide that in this form. So in our case here, we just provided one data, right, one username and password. But in real life, what we need to do is that we need to provide a multiple set of data, like for ID1, ID2, ID3, name of third person, and so on as per our requirement. Then load the fixtures here, and here again ChatGPT is suggesting that we should use cy.fixture, call the file with the .json, but Cypress is smart enough. We don't need to use .json here. We just use a name. If there is a change in directory, then we should provide with .json. If in your case the name of the file is not working, then provide the extension as well. Then it again resolve this one and save the data here, and after that it wraps the data to have this property and data, right? So pretty much the very similar suggestions are there, but there's some differences and changes here. And again, just like I explained in previous tutorials that ChatGPT is not 100% correct. So 70 to 80% is correct, and it is very helpful when you're actually doing the automation. It suggests a lot of things here. So that's all about the fixtures in this tutorial. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to upload a file using Cypress, and we will also be using the ChatGPT here and see what ChatGPT suggests us in uploading a file using Cypress. So let's begin. Uploading a file is very easy in Cypress, and for that we will be using a plugin available. And for this, let me open to the browser here and go to npm.js website. And this is a website. Click on this one here, and here you need to search for Cypress file upload, and this is the one. 5.0.8 version is available. Click on this one, and here you need to scroll down here. So the first thing is that we need to install this one. So copy this one from here and go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me terminate this one here, and let me provide this one here. Click on this one and it will download this as a dependency. So once it will be done here, you need to scroll down here and need to check in your package.json. So you will find this cypress-file-upload here in your dependencies. So once you're done with that, now let's see what this plugins suggest us. So here, if you are using a TypeScript, you need to do this. We are right now using the Cypress with the JavaScript, so we don't need this one. The second thing we need to do is that we need to add or import this one using the support/command.js file like this. So let me go here, support command.js, and let me open this file. So here, like this way, you need to import this one, right? And once you're done with this one, what we need to do is that, let me go back here and see. So how to use this one. So this is the way: cy.subject.attach file. This is the way cy.in HTML5 input type. What we need to do is that cy.get. We need to get this input field. We need to use .attach file, and we need to provide our file. So if there is a functionality where you need to drag an image and drop, then this is a way. And if you need to attach the multiple files, then this is how you can provide the multiple files using this array. Okay, so we will be using this simple cy.get and attach a file here. And the first thing is that we need a file, and because we need to upload that particular file, and here in our case that file is basically our test data. So in our previous tutorial of fixtures, we learned that fixtures are used for test data to make our test data driven, right? So here what I'll do is that just click on this one, click on reveal in file explorer. So you will get this window here, and let me go to desktop so that we can select a file here. And so let me copy this ChatGPT file from here, copy, and go to this Cypress folder here, and inside this fixtures we need to provide this ChatGPT file, and it has a extension called png.png. okay, now simply go here, and you will see that once we place this file, you will see this file here as well. Now what I'll do is that I will create one file here. So file upload.js, and let me copy some previous code. Let me do it from here. Let me copy it from this one so that it saves us time. So let me change this to, this is file upload tutorial and learn Cypress file upload. And for this tutorial I will be using a website which is Internet Hiroko app, and we will see this one. Okay, so let me copy this one from here and open the browser here and put this one here and open this one. So this is a simple file uploader, and you see that this is from where we can select our file, then click on upload. So let me do a practical in this way, and let me go to desktop, or let me use this file from here. Just click on this one and click on this one. The file is selected. Now simply what I need to do is that I need to click on this upload. So it says some internal server error. Let me choose again file and click on upload. So the file has been uploaded successfully and it says file uploaded. So this is the functionality, and we need to automate this one. Okay, so let me copy this URL from here and let me go back here and provide this URL. Okay, and we don't need this thing. Save this file. Now let me open the Cypress runner, npx cypress open, and meanwhile this opens, the first thing is that we need a file, right? And our file is under the fixtures folder, and let me go to here, file upload, and let's see. It should open the website successfully, and this is a dry run here, and let's see. Yeah, so this page is opened, and now the first thing is that we need to call this the file which we need to upload here, and that's really simple. In this case, simply what I'll do is that I'll create a variable here, const, and I'm naming it as my file, and my file is basically, I need to provide a path here. So my file is basically chat.gpt.png. so this is my file name, and now file is called here. The first thing is that we need to click here. Basically, if I go here, we need to click on this one, right? We need to click on this one. So simply if I go here into a test runner here, and we need to identify this one. So use a playground here, click on this one. Let me copy this one from here, and let's go here, provide this one. And the first thing we need to do is that we need to attach a file. So using attach file, cy.get, we get this one and simply attach file, and we need to provide the name of my file. Okay, so basically I'm calling this variable, it contains, it's referring to my ChatGPT file which is present here, and once it is done, it should attach a file, but it will not submit. Okay, so let me save this one and let's run this one and see what happens here. And here, so you see that chatgpt.png is selected here, but it's not uploaded yet. So what we need to do is that we need to click on this submit button here. So let me copy this one and go back here and provide this one here, and here we need to click on this one. Okay, right? So after clicking on this one, let me save this one and see. Now this time the file should be uploaded successfully. Yes, file is uploaded here. And furthermore, what we need to do is that we need to verify our upload as well. So I need to put assertions here. So let me inspect this one, and this is upload files. So let me copy this one from here, and let me go here and let me put my assertion here. So upload files dot, simply I'm using contains here. You can use any kind of assertion here. So contains, so let me type it as chat GPT, and that's it, because my file contains chatgpt.png. So let me save this one and see what happens. So file should be uploaded, and here it says it contains ChatGPT, so our assertion is passed here. So that's how you can easily upload a file using a Cypress. But let me go to the ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT suggests here, and let me ask how to upload a file using Cypress. So let's see what ChatGPT suggests. You can use cy.fixtures. Yes, we use that. cy.get method with the .attach method. Yes, we did that. And make it ID. We don't need to because already it's there. And again, the file is already there. And load the fixtures in your test. Then example.jpg and file content. So this is other way where you can do all the things. Because we are right now using a plugin, and plugin is taking care of these things. We don't need to write this code. But again, ChatGPT is correct in this regards, and that's how we can actually use this kind of upload using this kind of files. So file content is basically the content of the files you want to upload, name of the file, the MIME type of the file you want to upload. This example demonstrates how a single file, but you can use the same approach to upload the multiple files if needed. So if I go to this plugin again here, so if you want to attach multiple files here, so you can use in this way, and if there's a drag and drop, then you can use this approach. So we have just uploaded a single file, cy.get input, attach the file, then we click on the upload button. So we successfully uploaded the file. So if you're using any kind of encoding here, so in this regards, you can provide the encoding colon, what kind of encoding, UTF-8. So if there's any different kind of encoding you are using, you can provide in this way. And here you can see this example as well. So these examples are available, and you can overwrite the name of the file. If you want to overwrite the name of the file, so you can simply go here and you can overwrite the file this way. So the whole documentation is available against this particular plugin, and just go through this one and you will find a lot of information available here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to download a file using Cypress, and we will also be using a ChatGPT. So let's begin. Downloading a file is pretty much very easy in Cypress because there is a community plugin available for this one. So for that one, let's go to the browser here and search for Cypress plugins. Let's go to this official documentation, click on this one. And here you will find both official and community plugins. Press Ctrl F and search for download, and you will find this Cypress -download file community plugin. Click on this one and it will take you to this particular GitHub page for this plugin. Now scroll down a bit here, and here you have got all the instructions to use this plugin. The first thing is that how we can install this plugin. Then we need to add this line in our support/command.js file. If we are using Cypress 10 and above, we would be using this file into config.js, and for all Cypress versions below 10, we also need to add Cypress/plugin/index.js with this particular set of code. And once we are done with this, if we need auto completion, and if auto completion is not working in this case, we will be adding this reference line from here. And then we have a very basic syntax here, cy.download file. We need to provide the path of the file. Then we need to provide a folder where it will download the file and by which name it will save the file. Okay, and if we are using version 1.1.5, then we also need to pass a user agent. Okay, so this is how you can pass the user agent here. So this is the basic guidelines. Now let's go here and let's go to our Visual Studio Code here, and I am using this npm install command here to install this plugin. So once it will be installed, you need to go to this package.json file, and here you will find this plugin as well. So this is a dependency, so Cypress -download file version this one. Okay, now we need to do a second step, which is basically we need to add this line in our support/commands.js. Let me copy this one from here. Let's go back to the Visual Studio Code here. So support command.js. So I've already added this one here, you can see. And then what else we need to do? We need to go to our plugins section and we need to add this code in our index.js. Copy this one from here, go to this section, go to plugins, then index.js, and here we need to provide this code just like I have provided here. Now once we are done with this, let's create our test here. So simply I'm creating a new file and calling it as downloading file.js, and let me copy some basic line of code from my previous examples. So let me go here and this was file uploads our script and tutorial. So let me copy this one from here and let me copy and paste it here. So first thing we need to visit the website, or we need to go to particular website, right? But in this case the URL is already provided, so we don't need this kind of a code here. And this is file download tutorial learn Cypress file download, and here what I need to do is that let me go to the plugin section, and here they have given us this example, right? So let me copy this path and see either this file exists or not, and let me go here and paste it in a browser. And yes, this file exists, and this is a Wikipedia file here. Okay, so let me copy this complete from here, and now what I need to do is that I need to go to my Visual Studio Code and paste it here simply, right? And let me save this one, and now let me open the Cypress test runner and px Cypress open, and once it will be open, we will try to execute this code and see what happens. So our Cypress test runner is up and running, and we need to execute this our test, which was download file. Let me click on this one and let's see what happens here. And it's done already. And how we can verify this one? So let's verify this manually. So we need to go to our Visual Studio Code here, and we need to find a folder by the name of my downloads, and here it is, and we are naming the file as example.jpg. So let me go here, and you see this file here, right? So now if I want to assert this file, so how I can do this? That's really simple. cy.read file, and what I need to do is that I need to read this downloaded file from here. So we need to give a complete path here. To simply, the path is ./my downloads/example.jpg, and simply we put an assertion over here using should, and this is a very basic assertion, should exist, right? So this is what we are trying to do using this assertion. So save this file and see what happens. So our test got executed successfully here, and it actually read the file, and because this is an image, that's why we are getting some encoded code, but it read the file from our my downloads like example.com, and it got read as well. Now this looks something very weird here because it's encoding of the image. Let's try this example with some textual file, and for this one I would be using this example here. So let me copy this one and let's go to the browser, and here what I need to do, let's paste this one and see. So this is a text file, sample text file, and there's some dummy text in it. So let's try to download this file and assert that this text file contains some kind of a data here. Okay, so let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and let me copy this line of code, and what I'll do is that simply I will go here and paste it here. I will name this file here as a sample text.txt, and again it will go to my downloads. And now what I need to do is that I will provide the URL of this file. So actually let me copy the URL properly from here. So this is a URL, let me copy this one from here and go back, and here let's provide this URL with the extension. So we are done with this thing, and before we execute this one, let me comment this one, and let me use this cy.request file, and again the file will be inside my downloads, right? So my downloads slash, so the file name here which we are providing is basically, this is a file name, right? So let me copy this one from here and paste it here. So once this file will be downloaded, we are reading this file, and now using should, and what I will be using here, so simply what I say that contain, so what this file contain. So let me copy some basic line of code from this file. So let me copy this text and this one basic here, and now let's go back here, and we need to provide this one here. So there is some problem because it copied a lot of data which we don't need. So let me copy again here and just copy this part, right? Just copy this part text, and now let's provide this one here. So we are done with this one, and now let's save this one and see what happens. So our test got executed successfully, and file got downloaded in my downloads section with this sample text.txt name, and it contains this one, right? Because it says include this, so that's why our assertion got passed here. And if I go back here and go to my download section, so here you see that sample text.txt is downloaded, and it also contains the same text. Now let's go to the browser and let's ask about this download file from the ChatGPT. So let me go to the browser here, and simply this is our Cypress automation chat. So let me ask from the ChatGPT how to download a file using Cypress, and let's see what it says. So you can use a Cypress file download plugin to download file. That's correct. That's what we did. We installed the Cypress file download plugin. Then it's telling us about the additional things we need to do in support index.js. This is what we need to do, and it's also providing a code. That's great. This is how you can also do this. And then inside the test, cy.download file, then again the name of file, and we also need to provide the folder because this is something really important. So this is something missing from here, but rest, it looks really good to me. And that's how you can download a file using Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to fix a very common error coming from your application, and we will also be using a ChatGPT and see what solution ChatGPT will provide. So let's begin. So first let's understand about the error itself. So whenever you visit any particular website or a page, so what happens is that you will get this error. So error is basically the following error originated from your application code, not from the Cypress. And when Cypress detects uncaught errors originating from your application, it will automatically fail your current test. And this behavior is configurable, and you can choose to turn this off by listening to uncaught exception event. So this is the error, and first we will replicate this error and then we will see how we can fix this one. For this tutorial, I will be using this website. So let me copy this URL from here and let's go to the browser. And let me go to the browser here. Let me go to the new tab and provide this link here, and it will open this website successfully, and apparently you don't see any problem with the website. But let me go here, right click on this one, click on inspect, then go to console. So you will find that we are getting some bootstrap errors here. Cannot read the properties of null, add event listener. So we are facing some kind of errors here with respect to this particular page. Now let me copy this one and let's go to Visual Studio Code here. Let me create one file here. So application error fix.js. And here let me copy some basic line of code from previous scripts. Let me copy this one from here, go to this page, and let me code, we don't need those, and let me change the name here, fixing error generating from application, not from Cypress, good. And the first thing we need to do is that we need to visit the website fixing application, and now we need to visit our website here. So cy.visit, and we need to provide the URL. So let me go back here and copy the URL from here and go to Visual Studio Code here and paste it here and save this one, and now go to test runner and run this test and see what happens. So it will try to load the application and it throws the exception here, and it says the following error originated from your application code, not from Cypress, and it's referring to bootstrap dropdown required popper.js. So this is the error it's showing here, and if I go back to the browser level, so this is the one error it's referring. So Cypress is very smart in this regards, but the problem here is that our test got terminated and we don't want to do this. So in order to fix this one, let's go to Visual Studio Code here and go to test runner and open the browser, and here it says learn more. Click on this one and let's open this one and see. So there is a code for this one, and let me go here, and it says you can turn off this behavior globally or conditionally with uncaught exception event please see the catalog of events for examples. So click on this one, and this is a code which we need to add. So basically we are conditionally turning off this behavior. Let me copy this one from here and go back to Visual Studio Code, and before executing my test I will provide this line of code here and save this one, and this time let's see what happens. So we haven't got any kind of error here because we handled this one successfully and got exceptions here by using this line of the code. Now let me go to the ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT suggests us in terms of fixing this problem. So how to fix a Cypress problem, how to fix, let me copy the actual error. So the actual error was basically, let me remove this line of code from here for the timing. We got this one, so let me copy this one from here and let's go here. How to fix the following error originated from your application code, not from the Cypress. So let me change it a bit. How to fix error originated from your application code, not from the Cypress. So let's see what ChatGPT says about this, and either it's providing a correct fix or not. So if you encounter an error in your Cypress that originated from your application code, not from the Cypress itself, you can follow these steps to fix it. Identify the error, read the error carefully to identify the cause, look for the line number, reproduce the error, and again it's suggesting a general debugging practices and try to debug the error, but not telling the exact fix of the solution. But again, the guidelines are correct in order to fix the problem. So that's all about fixing this error. And so again, in summary, let's see what it says. Fixing an error that originates from your application code requires identifying the cause of the error, reproducing. So this will not help, as in my earlier tutorials I suggest that it might help, but in most of the cases ChatGPT is 70 to 80% correct. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn about the custom commands in Cypress, and we will also be using a ChatGPT. So let's begin. Cypress, we can create custom commands, and once you create a custom command, you can use that command as many times as you want in your test. So let's take a scenario to understand about the custom commands in detail. So let me go here and let's discuss a scenario. So scenario is that you have an e-commerce application where you need to log in, and after login you need to update your profile, then you need to log out. Okay, and then again this is your scenario and this is your scenario 1, and let me change this to methods here because it will be more appropriate to understand about the custom command. So this is your scenario 1. Let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here. Then again we have a scenario 2 where we need to test, for example, a wish list. Okay, and then there is a third scenario where you have add to cart functionality. So add to cart, and so there can be multiple scenarios. So the thing here we need to notice is that the login and logout are basically repetitive here. So in general, what we will do is that we'll be writing a code to log in the user, and then we will write the code for the logout. So we'll be writing the code here, here, and tomorrow if there is a change, then what we need to do is that we need to update on every scenario. So this is the one problem. Okay, and the second problem is that there is a repetition of the code, and it will be a less efficient when executing our automation scripts. So what we should do, so what we will do is that we will create a custom command for login and logout, and we will just call those features here. So call login, and similarly what we'll do is that call logout, and that's it. So similarly we will do for every scenario here. So let me change for all the scenarios here, and now let me copy the call logout here, and this one and this one. So what I will do, that I will create a custom command for login and logout, and I will call them in our scenario. So they will be I will write automation script once for login and logout. So benefit of we already discussed the benefits, right? So we will write once, we will call them as many times as we want, right? So the benefit is that write once, efficient, so efficient. Then maintainability is easy because we need to update only at one place. So maintainability, maintenance, and then obviously it will write less effort. So these are the benefits. So the idea here is that we need to create a custom command for those features which are repeatable, which are reusable. So that's the key thing here we need to understand. So what I will do is that now for this particular tutorial I will be using a particular website. This is a demo on HRM Live. Let me copy this one from here, and let me go to the browser here, and let me paste this one. So this will land on the demo website on a HRM, and on this particular page you will see a login feature where we will be providing a username and password, and they have already provided a username and password for this one. So we will just provide username and password and click login, right? So what I'll do is that I know that this will be reusable based on my scenarios and approach, so I will create a custom command for this one. So first we will create a very simple scenario, and then we will convert that login scenario into a custom command. Okay, so let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one file. I'm naming it as custom command.js, and I will be copying some line of the code from previous script. Let me go to a simple script somewhere. Yes, so let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and I will remove this part from here, and it's basically change the description of this suit. So custom learn custom commands, okay, and validate login using custom commands. Okay, and the first thing we need to do is that we need to visit this particular website, and let me go here and copy the URL from here, and let me paste it here, and so we have pasted our URL. So let me save this one, and let me open the Cypress npx Cypress open. It will open the test runner here, and once it will open the test runner, what we will do is that we will dry run this one and see either this web page is loading properly or not. And then once it will be open, we will complete our rest of the script, where we will be locating the username and password, and we will be clicking on the login button in order to log into the system, right? So it will take some time. It will load the test runner, and once it will be done, we will be writing our code here. And yes, our test runner is up and running, and here we have our test called the name of the test is basically custom command.js. So I'm clicking on this one, so it will land on this particular page here, and let's see what happens here. So yes, it's redirecting to this page, and it should log in. It should land on this particular page here, and once it will open, we'll see what happens here. So it's taking some time, it's loading here, and yes, the online chime page is open here in the Cypress. Now I will create quickly a script for this one. So let me copy this one from here, and here I need to provide this one. Then we need to type the username here, which is admin. And similarly, what I need to do is that I need to locate the password field, and this is a password field. Let me copy this one from here, and let me open this one here. And now again we need to type here, and simple, we need to provide the username password. Now what we need to do is that we need to click on the login button, right? So let me go back here and inspect this button, copy this one from here, and now let's go back here and provide this one, and we will use the click method in order to click on the login button. Let me save this one, and it will execute and see what happens. It should provide the username, password, and then click on the login button in order to log into the system. And yes, the script is absolutely working fine here. And now what I'll do is that I will put some assertions. In real case, you have also need to test the login functionality instead of only creating a custom command. So what I'll do is that I will simply write some custom command here, is that I'm writing some assertions here. So cy.url and url dot should, okay, and should I will be using include. And what should it include? So let me go here, and it says, you know, index/index.php, right? So this is something I will use that in order to assert this URL. And let me go back to just report here, and I will say here, so index.php, and let me put one more assertion on the title, cy.title, and title here dot should, then here I will say contains, title should contains what it should contains. So let me go here and let me log in here and see what is the title. Then when 1 2 3, let me log in into this one, and yes, we are logged in. Let me right click on this one, go to inspect, and here in the header we have this title called orange HRM. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and let's save this one and see what happens. I just put a very basic assertions. You can put a proper assertions when you are working on this one. And yes, our script got executed successfully, and the assertions are also passed. Now this is a very simple approach here. Now what I will do is that I will convert this login script into a custom commands. So let me go to the browser here, and let's search for Cypress custom commands. So yes, so this is the website, official website. Click on this one, so it will land on the custom command page. So you can create your custom command. You can also change the existing command. You can override the existing command, but we don't need to do that. And let's go to the syntax here. So simple syntax here is that cypress.commands.add, and you can add, you need to provide the name, then callback function. And there are multiple other things you can do, is that you can provide the options, you can provide the callback object, right? So there are multiple ways to create this one. And the correct usage is that cypress.commands.add. Then you need to provide the name, then you need to provide the arguments, and then you need to provide this kind of a data here. Okay, so this is a very simple and we need to create in a very simple way. So what I'll do is that let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and for this what we need to do is that we need to go to the basically support and then commands.js. This is a place where we can actually create a command. So if I scroll up, you will see this cypress.commands.add Cypress. So they already provide some syntaxes here, right? So what I'll do is that let's create a custom command. So cypress dot commands dot add. Okay, and in add, what we need to do is that first we need to provide the name. So the name of this custom command is basically, it should reflect to the functionality, so I'm naming it as login. And then what I need is that, because the login feature takes two parameters, we need to provide the username and password, right? So what I'll do is that I will provide the parameters here, which is username, and the second parameter is basically a password. And then I need to use a callback arrow function here. So this is the body, and simply what I need to do is that I need to go back to my custom command script, and I will copy this complete code from here, right? So simply copy all this one, and let me copy this one from here and paste this here in your custom command, because you want all these steps to be a part of your login custom command. And the second thing is that we don't need to provide the hard-coded values. Whenever we call it, we will provide the values. So for that, what I'll do is that I will copy this username from here, and here instead of this hard-coded value, I will provide the username, and simply I will copy the password from here and I will provide the password here. Okay, and now we are done with our custom command. So what I'll do is that I will save this one. Now our custom command is ready. So I will go back to this main script. So instead of using whole of this bunch of the code from here, so simply what I'll do is that I will be using cy.login, which we created, and that's it. So this is what we need to do. But we know that this particular commands take two arguments here, username and password. So we need to provide username and password because we are calling it here. So what I'll do is that simply I will provide the username, and then I will be providing the password, which is admin123. So let me save this one and see what happens. So you will see that it will execute the whole complete login feature. It will Assert as well. So what I did here is that I create a custom command, and whenever I need to use, I will call this cy.login, provide the username and password, and that's it. And tomorrow if there is any change in the login feature, simply I will go to my custom command and I will update here, and that's it. So I just need to update only at one place and call it as many times as I want. Let's suppose if I want to call into another test here, simply I can do that. So instead of writing the whole login code, I will just calling this one, and similarly I will be calling for logout or any other feature which I believe that needs to be reused multiple times in different scenarios. So I will create a custom command and I will use it. So also what I can do is that for example, if you want to create a database connection, and in your application you have to create multiple queries to your application. So what I'll do is that I'll create a one custom command where I will be making a connection, and then I will be calling it wherever I need it. So this is a benefit and usage of custom command. Let me save this one, and now let's go to the Chrome here, and let me open the ChatGPT and let's see what ChatGPT says about the custom commands in Cypress. Is loading. So let me go to this Cypress automation here and let me ask what are custom commands in Cypress and how to use them, right? So let's see what ChatGPT says about this one. Custom commands allow you to create your own reusable commands. That's what we learned. These commands can encapsulate complex functionality, simplify repetitive tasks, yes, and improve the readability of your code, yes. Here examples. So in example, create a new file. In support, we have already support. We have already command.js, so we don't need to create this one. Then we can define our custom command using cypress.commands.add method, and here's the example. And exactly this is what we did. We just didn't provide the visit URL here. We can also provide this one here as well. And then simply what we can do is that we can provide we can call in our test and we provide my username and password, and we can do the assertions. So pretty much very accurate here in terms of the custom commands. So this is all about the custom commands. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to test the API with the get method, and we will also be using a ChatGPT. So let's begin. For this particular tutorial, I will be using a dummy example REST APIs, and for this, let's go to this website called dummyrestapiexample.com. Let's copy this URL from here, go to the browser, paste this URL here. And this is a website from where you get the dummy example APIs. So these are the REST APIs and they have provided all the details here. And in this tutorial, we are focusing on this particular get method, and we have these two APIs. So basically, the first example here is regarding to get all the employee data. So if I access this API, this is a full route of this API, it will return all the data of the employees. And if I want to return the particular data of one employee, I can provide the ID of that particular employee. So get call is basically fetching the data from the server, so we don't need to provide additional information. It's just like a simple HTTP request. So just like we open this website, I can hit this URL on the browser, you will get the data. So let me copy this complete route from here and paste it in the browser. So you will get this particular result. So this is a JSON format and it returns us the employee with the ID 1, name of the employee, employee's salary, age, profile image and message. Successfully record has been fetched. So this is really simple in terms of the browser. Now let's go to the Postman here and let's hit this one to see it in a more appropriate way. The first thing is that we need to select a method from this list. So this is the get call, provide the URL, and we don't need to provide anything else. Just click on send button here, and so it says that too many requests. So let's send it again, send it again, send it again, send it again. So actually this is an open website, so most of the time when most of the people are using this one, so they are returning this 4 to 9. So basically this is the data, and now this is the proper format, so we can see that this particular user has been fetched. Okay, now how we can use this one in Cypress. So in Cypress, let's go to the browser here and search for Cypress request. So go to this official link here, and here you will find this cy.request. So cy.request is basically a method here through which we can call the APIs. Okay, so here are different syntaxes. The first one is cy.request, where we can only provide the URL. In some cases we need to provide the URL and body. In some cases we can provide the method and URL, and in some cases we can provide the method, URL and body as well. Similarly, in some cases we have more options to provide, right? And this is a very basic syntax, cy.request and the URL. Okay, so let me copy this from here and let's go to the Visual Studio Code here. I will be creating one folder here into the integration folder, and I am naming it as API testing because this would be a series of tutorials on API testing. So that's why I have created a separate folder here. Inside this one, let me create one file. I'm calling it as get.api.js, and that's it. Now let me copy some basic line of code from my previous tutorials. So let me copy this one from here and paste it here, and let me remove this line of code because we don't need this one, and validate get API, and me write here learning get API testing, right? So simply what we need is that so cy.request, so we can put a request here, and inside this one what we need to do is that we need to provide the URL. So just like we saw that we just need a URL here in case of get, we can just provide the URL and run this test. It will execute our get API. So let me go to the browser again and let me copy this URL from here. Let me copy this one and let me go back to the Visual Studio Code here, paste it here, and that's it. This is a very simple way to just hit this URL and get the response, right? Let me save this one, and now let me open the Cypress runner. So npx Cypress open. So meanwhile it will open. So what we need to do, so once we hit this URL, we will get this response, right? And as automation tester, what we need to do is that we need to verify a data here, right? So for this, let me go here, and here what we need to do is that we need to resolve this thing. For that we need to use then hit this one. Then here what we need some variable to store the data. Then we are using a callback function here, and now we have all the data coming in this particular variable. So once we get the response, the response has basically multiple things. So if I go here, so it has status code, it has this body, this has headers as well. So multiple things are coming. So in order to verify something from the body, so what we will do is that response.body, okay, and then we will assert the value. So this is the way. So the first thing we can assert the status code. So simply expect, then response dot, then you can see that we have a status here, dot status dot equal, and it should be equal to 200. This is a very basic assertion here. So let me save this one, go here, and let me go to my API testing section here, click on this one and see what happens. So it will hit this API and assert the value. So because we are expecting 200 equal to 200 because this API should return 200 here. So if I go back to the body, so it is returning us a 200 status here. The first thing we can verify this thing. The second thing is that we need to ensure that the complete payload. This is our second test here. So let me copy this one and let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and simply what I'll do is that expect then response dot body, right, dot to dot deep dot equal, and here inside this one we need to provide a complete payload. So this is a complete payload we are receiving, and this is we are asserting here. So let me save this one. Let me save this one and see what happens. So yes, we have deeply asserted this object. This is a complete JSON object, and this is what we are getting in the response. What else we can assert here? We can assert that in response we have this message property, and message property is having this particular value. So this is what we need to assert here. So for this, let me go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and then let me write it above here. So expect, and here again response dot body, right, then dot to dot have dot property, and what property we are expecting here is basically a message. And what is a message we are getting here? So let me copy this complete message from here, and let's go back to the Visual Studio Code and let's provide this one here, and that's it. So let me save this one and let's see. Yes, this test case also got passed because it says that expected to have a property message, and the second assertion is that expected the property of message is basically successfully recorded has been fetched, right? The third thing is that we can also assert the direct value here. For example, if I go back here and if I want to assert this value, okay, so employer salary is basically this one. So for that one, what I'll do is that I will create one variable here, and I will save the value in that particular value. So I'm creating a variable let employee salary is equals to, so basically where it lies, so it lies inside response dot body, and after the body it lies inside the data, right? So body dot data then dot employee salary. So now in this particular variable we have the value of this particular salary. So what I'll do is that I'll copy this one from here, and simply what I'll do is that expect, then what I'm expecting, employee salary 2 dot equal, and here simply I will provide the value of the salary. And this is how you can actually traverse towards the object. So this is the main level property, and the ID, employee name, employee salary are on the nested level and they are under this data. So let me go back here and let me provide the value here, and that's it. So these are very basic assertions, and these are very common assertions as well. So let me save this one and let's see what happens. So all of our test cases has passed. Expected 3208002 equal to this one. This is our test for the employee salary. Then this one for the particular property having the value, status code, and the complete object. Now let me go to the ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT suggests us about this one. And let's see, because there are multiple ways to handle the request. So let me log in into ChatGPT, and let me go with my Google account here. So let me do this. Yes, we are logged in successfully into the ChatGPT. So in automation, Cypress automation chat, I will ask ChatGPT how to test get method REST API using Cypress. So see what happens. To test a get method for a REST API using Cypress, you can use a cy.request. That's correct. So start by separating a test file. So this is a test file, and it suggests to send the method, because we don't need to send a method here, and this is also correct here, and you can also assert the length and all the things. So pretty much it's a very what we are doing in terms of getting this particular API with the get method. And here again, just like here, what happens is that ChatGPT is explicitly sending a method here, right, and sending a path of the API. And this is we can also do this, because here you can see this, we can provide the method and the URL as well. But this is a get call. We can simply hit the call and we will get the data. So we don't need to provide in this particular case. But again, the ChatGPT is suggesting us a correct way to handle or to automate the REST API with the get method. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to test the REST API with the post method, and we will also be using the ChatGPT. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned that how we can test the REST API with the get method, and in this particular tutorial, we will be testing the REST API with the post method. So for this tutorial, I will be using the same website called dummyrestapexample.com. For that, let's go to the browser here. And this is a website here, and here you will find the different APIs with the different methods. So this is a post call here, and the method is post. So we can create an employee using this particular full route, and here we can see the details here. Click on this one, because we are creating a new employee, so we need to provide some data here. So let me click on this one, and let's see. So this is a sample JSON here. We can provide this JSON and we can create a user. So let me go back here, and yes, so this is the one. So first we will use this API in the Postman, and then we will see how we can create our automated test in Cypress. So let me copy this URL from here and go to the Postman here, and let me paste this one here. Now we have this method as a post, and inside the body we need to provide a JSON here. So let me go back here and let me open the details here. Yes, this is a JSON. Let me copy this one from here, and let me go to Postman here, and here we need to select as a JSON, and that's it. And now let's send this one and see what happens here. So the user has been created successfully. The name of user is this, salary is this, age this, and ID is this. Now let's go to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one new file, and let me name it as post.postapi.js. Okay, and let me copy the code from the previous example here and paste it here. So what I'll do is that let me update this one from here. Instead of get, this is a post, learning post API, post API testing, and now we need to provide this particular URL here. For this, let me go here and let me copy the URL from here. Let me copy this one and go to Visual Studio Code. And besides providing the URL here, there are two more things. One is a method, because we need to tell the server that this is a post call, and the data, this is a JSON payload which we need to send, right? So this is a JSON one. So we need to provide both of these things in order to work with this post call. Okay, so let me go here and here. So first here we'll provide a method. So this is the post, and then what we need to do is that we need to provide a JSON. So let me go to the browser and let's copy this one from here and let's format this one. So format JSON, and this is a JSON formatter. Let me open this one and let me provide this one here. So this is a formatted way. So let me copy this one, and now here I will paste this one. So that's it. We are done with the post call, and let me remove this one from here and this one from here. So the status code will be equal to 200. This is our session, right? And this is the payload which we are expecting in a response. So let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here, and let me change this one from here. So basically this complete from here and paste it here, and we are expecting to have a property called message. So message successfully record has been added. So let me copy this one from here and go back here. So change it to the new one, and yes, we are done with this assertions as well. So let me save this one, and now let's go to the test runner here and run this one and see what happens here. So object is deeply equals to, so this assertion is failing because we are sending some different payload here, but the rest assertions are passed. But this is how actually we can test the post API. Now let me go to the browser here and let's see what ChatGPT is saying about this one. So how to test REST API with the post method in Cypress. So let's see what ChatGPT says. So here is an example: cy.request. Yes, we are using cy.request. We are using post. Then we are using an endpoint or the URL. We are providing a payload here, and then we are resolving this one, and we are putting the assertions here. Yes, exactly, that's what we have done, and this is 100% accurate in terms of automating the post call using the Cypress. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to test the REST API with put, patch and delete method. We will also be using a ChatGPT, so let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned about the post API testing, and in this tutorial, we will be learning about the put, patch and delete. So just like a post, we will be using a put and patch. So the only difference between put and patch is that put will completely update the record, whereas patch will only update the particular field. So let me take an example here to understand a bit more about put and patch here. So for example, if you have created a user, so post is to create a user here, right? Then they have an update where you need to provide the ID of that particular user so that you can update the particular user. So put will completely update this one. Okay, so here 21 is basically an ID of employee, and if I click on details, so it will take us to this particular page. Here you will see that we have a sample JSON and it contains all the fields here. But in case of patch, what happens is that if you only want to update the salary, for example, so in that particular case you will be using a patch method. And in terms of automating in the Cypress, the only difference you will need to do is that if I go to Visual Studio Code here, so here what you need to do is that you, instead of a post, you need to provide put or patch, and that's it. So in this tutorial I will be using the put example. So let me copy this whole code from here. Let's create a new file and put API.js, and let me paste here. So let me remove this complete from here, and instead of post we'll be using a put, and in a similar way you will be using a patch here. So put, then again put, and now what we need to do is that we need to provide a URL. So let me go back here and provide the complete URL from here, and let me go to Visual Studio Code again, and let's provide the URL here, and that's it. So you need to provide the method, URL, and whatever you need to update here. Okay, so let me save this one, and now what we need to do is that let's open the test runner here and let's run this put API.js and see what happens here. So one assertion got failed, but our API got executed successfully. Okay, because we copied over from previous example, that's why it's got failed. However, this API is working absolutely fine here. Now let me go here and let me create one new file for delete API.js. So similarly, I'll copy this whole code from here and paste it here, and here I will be removing this assertion from here, and let's have a very simple assertion here, and instead of put we need to provide a delete here. We don't need a body because we are deleting a record here, so simply I will remove this from here, and now we need to provide the URL for the delete as well. So simply go back to the Visual Studio Code here, and let me copy this URL from here and go back to Visual Studio Code and paste this URL here, and that's it. This is really simple in order to working with the APIs in Cypress. Let me save this one and let's go to our test runner, and we will be running this delete API.js and see what happens. So our API got executed successfully and our assertion is also passed in this case. Now let's go to the ChatGPT and let's see what ChatGPT suggests us in this regards. So let me go to this Cypress automation, and I guess I need to log in. No, but it's working. Correct. So let me go here and let me ask about, for example, how to test a REST API with put method in Cypress. We will ask about the patch as well, and we will ask about the difference between put and patch as well. So again, cy.request, we need to provide the method, the URL, and whatever we need to update, then put the assertions here. So this totally accurate here. And now let me ask about how to test REST API with patch method in Cypress. So let's see what ChatGPT says. So to test a REST API with a patch method, again cy.request. Then here we need to provide the patch here, and you see this is very simple here, and it is telling us about the assertions as well. Now let's ask about the delete API here. So how to test how to test a REST API with delete method in Cypress, and let's see what it says. So here's an example, cy.request, then we need to provide the delete part of this one, and then we have a assertion here. So this is what exactly we did in our example. And now let me ask about what is difference between put and patch method in REST API. So let's see what ChatGPT says on this one. So both put and patch methods are used in RESTful API to update the resources, but there are some differences. The put method is used to completely replace the existing resource, right? It replaces the entire source, and if the resource does not exist at the specified URL, the put method creates it. And if a resource already exists at the specified URL, the put method overrides it with the new representation. And the patch method is used to partially update. So in order to completely update this one, we will be using a put, and if the particular user or the particular data is not created, so put will also create that data. So again, this is 100% correct here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to the Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about fail on status code while testing APIs through Cypress. We will also be using a ChatGPT, so let's begin. While testing an API, you might need to provide some options, and the syntax is basically cy.request, and you need to provide your options. Now scroll down a bit here, and you will find different options available. So you have log, you have URL, you have method, auth, body, and then you have fail on status code. By default, this value is true, and this value is basically a boolean value. You can either give a true value or the false value. And by default, what happens is that if your API is returning some other status code beside 200 series and 300 series, it will fail automatically. But this is something which we need to change in order to test our different scenarios. And before we proceed with the scenarios, let me open the test runner and show you some error here. So this is an error, and this error is basically 429 too many requests. And in this case, our API is getting failed. And if we scroll down here, and it suggests that if you do not want status code to cause failure, pass this option as false. And now the question is that why we need to make it false. So let me go to the notepad here and let me explain you. So your test scenario is that test scenario is that you have to test that if there is some problem with API syntax, then API should return 400, which means that it's a bad request. Now this is your positive case, right? So you need to test this one. Similarly, if user is accessing some data which is not present on your server, then in this particular case API should return 404 not found, right? This is your case, right? Then if you are accessing an API which requires authentication, and if you are not authenticated, then API should return 401 status code, which means you are not authenticated. So there are different scenarios where you want a status code which does not belong to 200 or 300 series, right? So there's a couple of scenarios as an example. And now how we can handle those scenarios? So simply what we'll do is that we will go here and we will provide this fail on status code as false. So let's go to the Visual Studio Code here and let's rephrase rewrite this code in order to provide the options, because there's no way here in this syntax to provide an option. So simply what I'll do is that let me remove this one from here, and simply what I'll do is that cy.request, and inside this request we will be providing our different options. So in order to provide the different options here, so you need to use a curly braces, and now you need to define the different things here. For example, you need to define method and then colon, and then the method here in this case is delete, okay? And then we need to provide the URL, then again colon, then again we have to these things. Then let me go here and go to this website, and let me copy this URL from here, and let's go back here and provide the URL. And in the similar way we will be providing our fail on status code. So for that, again let me go back here, and here if I go back here in terms of Cypress, so simply I will copy this one from here, and let me go back to Visual Studio Code here, then again colon, and then we need to provide as false, right? So that's how we can actually provide this one, and here we need to provide the comma here. So that's all about using this one, and let me save this one and let's see what happens. So it says no test found. So let me go back here and let me see. Here there's some problem with the syntax. Let me remove this one. Now we have a very correct sentence here. Save this one and let's go back here. So the API is working fine, it's giving us 200, but let me rerun this one. So now you see that we got 429 as a status code, but it didn't fail my scenario in this case because the reason is that we have marked it as a false, and now Cypress is not considering it as a fail. Now let's go to the ChatGPT and let's ask ChatGPT about this one. So what is fail on status code in Cypress and how to use it? Let's see what ChatGPT says about this one. So fail on status code is an option in cy.request command in the Cypress that determines whether a non-2x status code should cause the to request to fail, right? So by default, this value is set to true, which means that non-2x status codes will cause the request to fail and the test to fail as well. To use the options in the cy.request, you can pass it as a property in the object. Here's an example. So method, URL, and this one. So that's how we actually did, and that's 100% correct as well. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share, and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much, and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn to chain the APIs using Cypress, and we will also be using a ChatGPT. So let's begin. First, let's understand the concept of API chaining, and then we will see practically how it works on the Cypress. So for this one, let me open the paint here and assume that you have working on an application and it has multiple APIs. So the common APIs you might get is that registration, then you might have login, then you might have, like, let's take example of Facebook here. So you can post on wall, then you can add friends. So these are common APIs you have. And now the concept of API chaining is that you will be using a particular set of data for the registration, right? For example, you are registering with a username called testing funder using this registration API, and using this particular API you will get some response and user should get registered. Then with the same user you need to log in here. So using testing funder credentials, you need to log in. Then using this same user you need to post on the wall. So testing funder will post on wall, and similarly here testing funder will add friends. So how this will happen? So this is really simple here. So what we need to do is that we need to grab some response from this registration API first, which is your username and password. Then you need to pass here, and usually once you provide username and password, you will get your access token or the authentication token. So based on this one, you need to pass this token here, okay, and so that this API will know that testing funder is going to post on the wall. Otherwise this API will not recognize this one, okay. So similarly, for adding a friends, we need to pass access token again. So how this will be done? Simply we need to extract a value from one API and save this value into a variable, and furthermore we need to call the variable, okay. So simply if we talk about this example here, we will hit the login API with the testing funder credentials. It will return us in the form of a JSON. If we are talking about the REST API, so it will return a JSON, and it should have some value, for example access token, okay, and access token has some value. Now we will be extracting this value, and what we will do is that we will create a variable. So the name is basically access token is the name of the variable here, and we need to save this value here. So 1 2 3 and then 1 2 3 2. So we need to save this value into this particular variable. Now you can call this variable in your upcoming API request. So if we talk about this post on the wall, so basically in post on wall we need this access token. So we will be just calling this variable here. So the variable name is access token, and then the rest of the parameters which are required for the post on the wall. So it will create a chain of the APIs, and this is known as chaining of APIs or API chaining, right? And now let me go to this particular website, which is this one. So let me copy the URL from here, and let's go to the browser here and open this one. So this is the website, so from where we can actually pick up some dummy APIs, and here you will find multiple APIs, and we have different methods available. Get, post, put, patch, delete are available. And now if you see that if we hit this particular endpoint with page equals to 2, it should return page parameter equals to 2, per page record 6, total records 12, total pages 2, and the data as well. And if we want a particular user needs to be fetched, so this API needs to be used, and here you will see that we have to provide a ID, right? So first what we can do is that we will hit this API, we will get the value from here or here, and using this ID we will be passing this value dynamically here. Right now it says /2, so /2 is basically the ID of the user. So instead of providing this thing as a hard-coded, we will be providing a dynamic value here, so that you can automate the APIs, so that you can get runtime values. You don't need to go again and again and change the values when you're executing your test. Okay, so now let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and what I'll do is that I will go here in my API testing section. Let me create one new file. I'm naming it as API chaining.js, and what I'll do is that I will copy one line of the code from here. Let me copy from it here and paste it here. Now what we need to do is that we need to use a describe block, and inside the describe block we know that we need to create the it block for the test, and in order to send a request as an API request we need to use a method called cy.request. Now let's write a describe block here, and we need to provide the name of this particular describe block. So I'm saying it as API chaining, and then we need a callback function here, and this is a body of callback function. And simply what we need to do is that we need to use a it block, and my test case is that validate user dynamically from all list of users. So this is my test case here, and again we need a callback function here. Simply I would be using callback function. This is the body here, and now inside this one what I need to do is that I need to send a request. So cy.request, and I need to provide the URL of this particular API. So this is a get API, so we don't need to provide a method here. In case if you are using post, put or patch, you need to provide the method as well, and in case of the post, put or patch, you also need to provide the body. So let me go back here and let me click on this one so that I can get the complete URL of this one. So this is a complete URL. Let me copy this one from here and let me paste it here. And once we will hit this particular API, then we need a response, and from that response we will be extracting the ID. And again, we need to save this ID somewhere in particular variable, and in our next upcoming call we would be passing that variable. Okay, so meanwhile what I'll do is that let me open the Cypress runner. So npx cypress open, and now simply here, after hitting this then, and we need to save this in some particular variable. I'm calling it as response. You can use any of this one, and simply the arrow function. And so once we hit this particular API, we are saving the response in this particular variable. And now what I'll do is that I need to extract a value. Okay, so if I let me open the Postman here, so in Postman it will be appropriate to see the particular data. So let me open the Postman here, and so basically this is the API, this is the get method, and simply I will hit this one here. So we got the response here, right? And if I look to this particular response, so we have a array of objects in the parameter called data. We have parameter page and all these things. So for example, if I need to get this ID, which is 7, but the problem is that we have another same parameter ID with a different value, and this is an array object, right? So how we can get the particular value? So that's really simple here. So what I need to do is that, so from complete response, I need a body, because response contains headers as well different other parameters. So body, then inside the body, if I go back to the Postman, so this is my complete body. So inside the body we have data. Okay, and let me go here. So dot data, and this is the array, right? So if I talk about the array itself, so array is based on the indexes, right? So this is the first object, so this is placed on the 0 index. So array start with the 0, then this placed on the 1 index, this is on the 2nd index, and so on. So let me go back here, let me tell here. So I'm now telling that get the response, and after response go to the body, then inside the body go to data which is present on index 0. Now what I need is ID, right? So simply what I'll do is that let me save it here as user ID. Okay, now we have extracted the value and save it into a variable. Now what I'll do is that simply I will create another cy.request here. cy.request, and as we know that we can write the options here as well, just like this one. So we can provide the different options we need. So this is another way. If you haven't checked my tutorials, you can check my previous tutorials, you will learn about this one as well. So simply what I need to provide is that I need a method here, and the method is basically a get, and then what I need is a URL of this particular API. So URL and we need to provide the URL. So if I go back to the documentation of the APIs, so this is a call which provides a single URL, single user actually, sorry. So if I click on this one, so this is the API, and here is sending a hard-coded value as a 2 for the user 2. So let me go back here and provide this one. Okay, and now let me save this one, and let's go to the test runner here, and let's run this API chaining thing and see what happens. So both API should work, and this is a static way. These are not changed. Both APIs are working fine. We are getting 200 response here, but here you see that we are getting this second user here because we are providing this value as a hard-coded value. Right now we need to make it dynamic and we need to change both APIs. Right, simply what I'll do is that I will concatenate this variable which is user ID. Okay, now let's save this one and see here we got the response in terms of a user 7 and both APIs are working fine. And now if I want to get some other ID from here, so if I go and here what I'm saying is that data, and what data, which is present on array index 2, and from that pick up the ID. Right, so let me save this one. So here you see that the API got executed successfully here and we got the user with the ID 9. So that's how you can change your APIs, where you need to extract a value from one API and you need to pass in subsequent APIs or other APIs. That's how you can do it in Cypress. So let's go to ChatGPT and see what ChatGPT says about API chaining in Cypress automation. So let me rephrase this one. How to do API chaining in Cypress automation, and let's see what ChatGPT suggests about this one. So API chaining in Cypress automation is a technique that allows you to make a sequence of API calls where the output of one call is used as an input of next. So this is what we did. And to do the API chaining in Cypress automation, you can use .10. This is what we did. So here is an example. So simply you can see that they use then response and you can extract a value, and this is how you can provide a value. So this is exactly a correct way, and you see this is how they provided variable here. If you need to provide a variable somewhere between the call, you need to provide the curly braces. So this is 100% correct, and that's how you can change the APIs. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn the difference between cy.request and cy.intercept. So let's begin. So before understanding the difference between cy.request and cy.intercept, first let's understand a very basic concept. So whenever you go to any browser, you type the name of that particular website. For example, google.com. Okay, so once you type google.com and press enter, it will generate a request, and that request will go to the specific Google server where it will process the request, and in response you will get the page of google.com. So when we talk about the page, so you will get the HTML files, CSS files, API requests, scripting and other things as well, right? So this is a very basic concept of hitting the website and getting the response. So when we talk about cy.request, so what we mean is that we are actually explicitly asking the Cypress to make a request, right? So if we want to make any specific request, we will be using a cy.request method. We will be providing what request that needs to be made. So in our previous tutorials, we learned that we made the API request through this method. So we are explicitly saying Cypress to make this request. And again, this request will go to the server, it will process the request and we will get the response. So in case of APIs, we got the JSON payloads in the response, right? So this is the concept of using the cy.request. In contrast, if we talk about cy.intercept, it will work in a different way. So basically what happens is that if you type google.com, for example, so it will generate different calls on the backend. We are not initiating those calls. We are not using cy.request. We just type google.com, and on the backend there are multiple calls happen just because of some requirement. So what we can do is that using the intercept method, we can spy those requests, we can make assertions on those requests, and even we can mock the responses as well. Now, why we need to do this? So basically, in case of integration testing, we need to ensure that whenever you type google.com, so there should be a get call which should get executed, and we see some data on the front end, right? And we are expecting that particular call to have a particular data. So let's understand a bit more about intercept using more examples on this one. Now let's see in the browser itself in a different way. So basically what we need to do is that right click on this one, go to inspect, and here you need to go to this network tab, because here you will see the different calls happening. And if specifically if I want to see the API calls, so you will be selecting this fetch/xhr. So if I go to this google.com, you will see that I just type google.com, and on the back end I got different calls coming, and that might be the requirement for the Google. In similar way, that might be requirement for your application, right? And if I go here and click this one, so this is basically a get call, and just hitting google.com, we are getting some response here. And if I preview here, so we are getting some response here, right? Some USD to PK or something like that. We are getting some data here, right? Similarly, we are getting some data here, again here and here, right? And now my requirement is that whenever we hit this google.com, in response we should get this play.google.com/log. This API should be called as a post call, and the status code should be 200, and this is the payload, and this is the response we get, right? So this is a requirement. Now how we can do this, because we are not making a request here, we are just visiting our website, and in Cypress we will be using cy.visit to visit the particular website. And this is happening just because the requirement, and on the backend side these calls are happening for us. So in order to work with this, we will be using intercept. So what intercept will do is that intercept will intercept these calls, spy on these calls, and after spying or intercepting these calls, we can assert these calls, and we can also mock the response data as well, which is known as stubbing. So this is the one case. In the second case is that you might click on some button, and you might click on some link, you might perform some user action, and based on that user action something triggered, and that trigger will generate some APIs. So for example, let me clear this one from here, and let me type here testing funder, and let me press enter. So you see on the back end, I just search for testing funder, and there's so many calls happening here, right? So we are getting some response context. This is a post call, then we have this post call, then we have this data coming from data sync IDs endpoint. This is some endpoint is happening on the backend side. So basically in this particular case, again we are triggering something, and based on trigger the APIs got executed on the backend side, right? And here in this case we can also intercept those requests, and we can put assertions, and we can also mock the data. So when we talk about the mocking the data, why we need that, and what is the benefit of intercepting, because intercept will ensure that whatever you are sending through the front end is going through the network, through the APIs, and the same data is getting stored on the database level, This is an end-to-end test. And again, the second is basically when we are talking about the mocking and stubbing here. So what it means is that basically if we talk about agile development, so what happens in agile, so your developer one is working on login API and your developer 2 is working on registration API, right? So the login API is still under development. For example, so let me make it this one. So this is under development, and this is also under. So what happens is that we would be sending a request, okay, and just the login API is partially done. So there's a request which is done, and we are not sure yet what response we will get. We know about the request, but we don't know about the response yet. Response in terms of it is not developed, okay, and this request is basically developed. And now I want to test this API, and in requirements I know that what should be the response, right? But it is under still, in the development phase. So developer is working on this login API, and request is created. You can send a request, and now you can wait. You are actually waiting for response to be developed, but you should not wait in this particular case. What I'll do is that simply I will be intercept this call and I will mock the data. So I will be assuming this mock data will be basically a fake data. I'm assuming that this kind of a particular payload, for example, I'm expecting a login response in this form, right? Just to make you understand. So I'm expecting a message, simply a message parameter, and the message is basically simply you are successfully logged in, and then we have other parameter called access. So this is in the requirement, but this response is not yet developed. But I can test this using cy.intercept. I can mock this particular response and assume that this is some particular access token we are getting this particular response. So I can test this one using mocking data, and this mocking data is basically we would be creating stubs, and using the stub we would be actually creating a fake response, and that fake response will help us to test the APIs even if they are under the development. So this is one thing, and the second thing which we already learned is that we need to ensure that we are getting the proper data from the APIs. If we are triggering something, the proper APIs are being triggered with the proper data. So that's how you can work with the intercept. So cy.request, let me write here, cy.request is used to make a request. Mostly we use in API cases, so I'm mentioning it here, API, whereas cy.intercept will intercept and spy the calls which are generated based on hitting URL or based on, or basically it will trigger based on any event. Once we can spy those requests, we can intercept those requests, we can stub or mock the request. Basically, the difference is we are explicitly making a request using cy.request, and through the intercept we can already generated request can be intercepted. We can spy on those calls, we can make assertions on those calls, we can mock the data, and we can also create the stubs using this cy.intercept. So this is all about the difference between cy.request and cy.intercept. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial, we will learn about cy.intercept with a real-time example. So let's begin. In our previous tutorial, we learned about cy.intercept. So in this particular tutorial, we will see a real-time example. And for this tutorial, let me go to this website. Let me open this website and let me show you. So these are the dummy APIs, and as soon as you hit this particular URL, you will land on this particular page where it will show the list of the users here, right? And if I click on any of these buttons, it will show the user post or the comments, tags, and so on. So let me right click on this one here, go to inspect here, and let me go to the network tab here so that we can see. So let me click on the comments list here and see what happens. So this API got executed based on our event, and here we see some comments here. And if I go to this particular API here, let me go here. So this is a get API, and this is the complete path of this particular request, and this is the payload. We are sending a query string parameters with the limit 10, and then we got some response here. So in response, we have these two comments, nice pic, handsome pic, and that's it. So what we need to do is that we will click on this comments list button, and we will intercept this API, and we will perform some actions. So this will be done through the cy.intercept. So let me go to Visual Studio Code here, and let me create one file here under this API testing. So API underscore intercept.js. So what I'll do is that let me copy this basic code of 9 from here and paste it here. Now simply we will be starting with the word describe block. So describe, and we need to provide some value here in terms of title. So let me call it as simple API intercept, or simply what I call it as spy API request. And as you know that we need to use a callback function here, and this is the body of this callback function. Now inside this one, we need to visit a website first, right? So cy.visit, and here we need to provide the URL. So let me go here and copy the URL from here, and let me go back here and paste it here. And once we are done with this, now what we will do is that we need to create an intercept. And using an intercept, we need to tell that which kind of a request we need to intercept here. Okay, so let me save this one, and let me go to here in the test runner, and let's run this and see this, either the website is opening or not. So cannot call cy. Okay, so what we need to do is that we need it block and simply here let me name it as simple. Let me copy the above one from here and let me paste it here, and here let me say it as, because this is a suit, so learning API intercept. Okay, now it should work. Its block, then its block we have this callback function and body of callback function. So inside that we need to provide the URL. That's it. And let me save this one and let's see what happens now. Now I should open this particular website, and yes, so before clicking on the button, what we will do is that we need to intercept the call, right? And simply what I'll do is that here in terms of intercept, simply we will be using cy.intercept, and here this is the body of the intercept method, and here what I'll do is that simply what we need is that we need to tell that what is the path here. So we need to tell the path, which path needs to be intercepted here, and here we need to provide the path. So let us go back here and let me go to this one. So basically this is a path, so let me copy from here, or you can even copy from here. That's the same here. So let me go here and we need to provide the path. So /data /till the limit equals to 10. So this is a path, because if I go back here, you will see that this is the base URL, right? And after that we have this particular endpoint. Okay, so that's how we can actually intercept the call. So once intercepting the call, let me go here, and what I will do is that I will create an alias. Alias is nothing, just a nickname here. So I'm creating an alias, and the alias is basically here. So it's basically a comment, so let me name it as a comment. Now what I'll do is that let me go here, and now we gonna hit this particular URL just to get the comments here. So if I go back here and clicking on this one, right, after clicking on this one we got this particular comments here. So let me go here and let me rerun this one here and see. So now what we need to do is that we need to click on this comment list. So let me use this here, and this is locator. Let me copy from here and let me go back here. So cy.get this one dot click. So we will be clicking on this one. So as soon as it will be clicked, what we need to do, we need to wait for this call to be get intercepted. Okay, and we have, as we have already created the aliases, so we can call the aliases here, right? And we need to wait for this intercept to happen, and once it got intercepted, then now we can perform anything. So let me name it as, here you need to provide a variable, so I'm calling it as intercept. Okay, and then again callback function, and inside here what we need to do is that we can do any kind of assertions or something like that. So let me put some assertion here, and let me say it expect intercept dot response. So response dot body, and if I go back to the API, if I look into the API, so if I go to the response here, so in body we are getting this limit equals to 10. So we need to verify that this particular payload has a parameter called limit and the limit should be 10. So this is what we need to assert here. So simply body dot limit dot equal, and equal to what? So equal to 10. So simply what we are doing here is that we are going to this website, we are creating an intercept, and through this cy.intercept we are telling the Cypress that this path should be intercepted, okay, and name it as comments here, and after that just click on this particular button which will actually generate a call. Wait for intercept to happen, and once intercept will happen, then assert this particular value, right? So let me save it here and see what happens here. So here you will see that the older name of cy.intercept is route. So basically one route has been created here, and the aliases is comments which we used here. Expected 10 equals 10, so our assertion is passed as well. So here if I go and see that we just intercepted the call, we clicked on this one, we intercepted the call and we put some assertions. Now second thing what we can do is that here you see that we haven't stubbed anything, right? We can mimic or create a fake response here, and let me go back here and let me copy this complete from here and paste it here, and now here let me name it as API response. So the first case is basically that you click on any button or you just visit the website and on the back end the API got triggered. You just spy that or intercepted that API and put assertions. That is the one case. The second case is that you haven't the developer haven't developed the response as of now. You just need to make a fake response in order to validate this API. So we can also do that here, and here what we will do is that simply we need to, let me change it in a better way. Let me remove this in way, and we need to remove, and simply what we will do is that cy dot intercept, and the other way of using the intercept is that we need to provide the method, then we need to provide the path which needs to be intercepted. So here is the path. Let me copy and let me paste it here, and simply now what we need to do is that we also need to provide the response we need to mimic. So we need to provide a JSON here, and here I'm saying is that limit is equals to let me say 20, and here the other parameters this API should return is that name, and name should be equals to thing vendor. And once we are done, again we need to create a alias here, and I will be creating a same alias here in terms of comments because these are comments. So this is the same way we just created an alias here, and now I'll copy these lines of code from it. So simply I'll provide this here, and what happens this time is that we will be getting assertion failure because we are mocking up this response here, right? So in response we are saying that we will be getting this response, and in response the limit is not 10, the limit is 20. So let me save this one and let me here we got some syntax errors. Let me look into this one. So simply this so basically I believe we are missing some brackets here, so let me add the brackets here, and yes. And now what I'll do is that using the only method I will be only using and executing this particular test. So it will execute this only test, and let me save this one, and it will execute. And here expected undefined to equal 10 because limit is not defined here. The reason is that I'm using the capital L here in terms of limit. Let me save this here, and now you see that the assertion expected 20 equal to 10, and in actual the API is responding as 10, right? So now you're getting my point that we can mimic the response here. And now let me do it 10 again, and I can even assert this thing here. So instead of this one, let me copy this one, paste it here. So instead of limit, I will call it as name because this is a parameter I need to assert, and the value is testing funda. Let me copy it from here and paste it here. So this is a string, so we need to provide in the quotes. So simple as that. And now let me run this one, and here you see that expected testing funda to equal to testing funda, then we have 10 equals to 10, right? But in actual API these parameters were not in the response body, right? And what else we can do is that we can also let me copy this whole block from here and let me paste it here. So, and here let me remove this one. The third thing we can do is that we can pass this JSON from the fixtures here. So we have fixtures and we can pass from here as well. So instead of passing it here, so let me name it as data driven mock API. So data driven mock API response. So using intercept, and here, so instead of passing it as a hard-coded value, I will be picking up a value which is present in my fixtures. So here if we go, we have these values in JSON. So let me go back here, I will pass this JSON, and this is really easy. Again, simply what we need to do is that we in the small in the curly braces we need to provide the keyword called fixture, right? Fixture and colon, and which fixture we need to provide. So simply in quotes we need to provide the name of the file. So my file name is example.json, and in example.json I don't have any value in terms of the limit or the name. So let me save this one and let's execute this one. We will get some failure. So undefined because there's no limit parameter, so that's why it's saying that's one. And if I go back here, so instead of this one, so let me go back to example.com. So we have a username, right? And the username has a value called admin. So let me go back here, and here it's a username and the value is admin, right? And let me save this one, and now this time let me run this again. So we are getting some undefined equals to 10. So which, let me see, data driven route is done, right? So basically this is getting executed first. So let me save this one and let me run this one. So you see that expected admin equals to admin, right? So in this tutorial, let me summarize this one for you. So what we did is that when we go to this particular website, right, we clicked on this button. So user will click on button, and in the network tab we saw that this API got triggered, right? And what we did is that we intercepted this API, right? And we assert the actual response we got, right? In the actual response we got limit equals to 10, and we asserted that, right? So this is the first thing we did. The second thing is that what we did is that we mimic this response. We assume that developer has not yet developed the response, but this would be the response. Suppose that we assume that this would be a response of the API. We stuffed that and we mimic that, we mock that, and based on that we put assertions. In the third test we did the same thing, but here we haven't provided the hard-coded value. We call the file which is our present in our fixtures, which is our example.json, and this JSON has been passed here. So these are three things which we done using the intercept. And one more thing let me show you here is that after providing the stub, so you will see that in routes you will see that stubbed equals to yes. So before that it was saying no, but when you provide the mock data, when you mock the data, so here it would be stubbed automatically and it would be yes here. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial. Hello everyone, welcome to this Cypress tutorial. In this tutorial we will learn a very good API testing plugin for Cypress, so let's begin. In Cypress, if you want this beautiful layout for API testing where you get different information about the API, for example method, the complete URL, headers, queries, response, cookies, status, size and so on. So by default Cypress doesn't provide this beautiful layout in the test runner. But now you can have this beautiful layout where you can get all this information by just using this very good plugin, which is Cypress Plugin API. So let me go to Visual Studio Code here and let me show you what happens if we execute a simple API using cy.request. This is my previous tutorial where actually we learned about the get API and we put different assertions on this particular API. So let me go to the test runner here and let me run this get API and see what happens here. So it will execute, but here we don't get any kind of information here, right? It just says that we got request, we got the status, we got our assertions passed, but we don't get more information just like a postman. So let me go to the browser here and what we will do is that let me search for Cypress plugins, and here just go to the plugins here, and here let's search for Cypress plugin API. So it's not finding it. Let me search for API and now search this document. In this particular document you will find that particular plugin here. So let's scroll down here, and yeah, so this is Cypress plugin API, and just click on this one and open this one here, and here you scroll down. So we will get this very beautiful layout just like a postman, right? And here you can make a request using cy.api. Then you can have a time travel snapshots. We don't have a time travel snapshots by default, so we have color coding for method. So different features are available here. So what we will do is that let's install this plugin. So let me copy this one go to Visual Studio Code here, and let me open a terminal here, another terminal, and let me paste this one here and press enter. So it will install this plugin. Once it will be installed, what we will do is that we need to add this line in our support file. So we are using a Cypress version 9. Let me confirm the version here. So what I'll do is that let me go here and check my package.json. So we are using Cypress 9.5.2, and this is the older version, and you will not find this support file here, e2e.js. So we will find index.js in the previous version, and it didn't install a file just because we are running the test runner here. Let me close this one, and now I will use this one here, and let me go back here and let me copy this particular line from here because we are using npm here, and let me paste it here and press enter. Now it should install. Yes, we have successfully installed this package. Now if I go back to this documentation, we need to import this one in our support file. So in previous versions, so go to the support file, and here we have index.js. You can add here as well, and you can also add here as well. So I'm adding in my commands.js. Simply import this one and save this one. Now let me copy this get call, and let me copy this complete code from here, and let me create one new file here, get API underscore plugin. So that will give us a different picture here. So let me paste it here. So simply what I will do is that instead of cy.request, I will be using cy.api. That's it. And now let me save this one, and now let's open the test runner. So npx Cypress open. So it will open the test runner, and when I execute this particular file, now we will be having a very good layout. So let me run this file, get API underscore plugin.js. So let me run this one. Now this time we would be having a very good layout here, and we will get all the information here. So we have this get method, we have all assertions available here, we have the complete path here. In case if there is a post call, you will get the post body here, response, header, cookies, duration, and all the things. Now let me execute one post call for you here, and let me copy this one, and let me create one file here so that we can see the post call here, and post API underscore plugin.js. So this is a file, and I'm pasting this one here, and here you will see that this is a post request, and we are sending this particular body, and then we are asserting data here, right? So what I'll do is that instead of cy.request, I will be using cy.api here, and rest all good to go here. So let me save this one here, and let's go to the test runner here and post API plugin.js. Let's run this one and see what happens here. So here we got one assertion failed, but you will see that we got this body. Whatever body we are providing here, we are getting the response, we are getting the headers, cookies, duration, size, and everything just like a postman. So if you haven't used the postman, so let me open the postman for you, and now let me run this get API. So let me go to this get API. So simply it is retrieving a employee from here. So let me go here, and let me create one file here, request. So let me send this request, and Let me run it multiple times, because if you run this call multiple times, you will get 4 to 9. Okay, just leave this status here and the response here, but let me tell you that we are getting the time, size, status code, response, headers, and if there is any cookie, we get the cookie. By default, Cypress does not provide this information, so that's why this plugin is very helpful, because it provides all the information here. And this is the body. So if I go back to the Visual Studio Code here, so let me show you the body of this call. So you see this is a body, and it has name, salary, age, test 1, 2, 3 and 23. And if I go back to the test runner here, you will see that this particular JSON body has been passed into this particular call, which has post method, and status is 200, duration is this, size is this. These are the headers which we got in response. These are the response we got from the particular API head. So this is a very good plugin and really helps you when you are working or testing the APIs. Thank you so much for watching this tutorial. If you like our content, then do like, comment, share and subscribe our channel. Once again, thank you so much and see you in the next tutorial.